Fox Sports.
We are Black Hawk. We are Wisconsin.
Absolutely beautiful Saturday night in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Spring has arrived. The fans are ready to pour in. Perfect tailgating weather. Looking for a good crowd here at Miller Park tonight. And Hernan Perez looking to continue his red-hot hitting. Check out his work over the last 15 games. Big night last night with 3 hits and a home run. Speaking of home runs, Jet Bandy hit his 5th of the year in all. The Brewers went deep 4 times in getting the series opening win against the New York Mets. Good evening from Miller Park. Alongside Bill Schroeder, I'm Matt LePay. We'll check in with Jerry Augustine as well throughout the game. And Rock, usually when the Brewers win, we talk a lot about the 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the lineup, and they've been very good much of this season. But here of late, it's been that bottom of the order. Been a big storyline here in the homestand.
Yeah, the offense has been pretty good so far from Milwaukee, and now with Ryan Braun on the disabled list, and even before that, he wasn't playing all that much. Everybody's got to step it up, and you can see what the Brewers have been able to do. Bottom of the order, outstanding work. 348. They've been hitting some home runs. You're talking about Broxton, Sogard in there. Arcia, Aguilar, when he's been able to come in and pinch hit. Everybody contributing, and that's what it's going to take to fill in the gap with Ryan Braun on that disabled list. You know, the top of the order, that's a big hole in that order. But the bottom of the order, when they get it done, it's going to take the pressure off of those guys at the top.
And you'll see Keon Broxton in the bottom part of the order, along with Orlando Arcia. As the Brewers, you see, they have been spreading the wealth with the home runs. Only Tampa Bay has matched the Brewers with 14 different players going deep. Zach Davies would like to go deeper into games, but he's pitching well of late. Looking to continue that as Craig helps break down tonight's starter for the Brewers coming up. strike pitch. Davies makes quick work.
Gotta make him hit it. He did. He moved a fastball right down the middle.
Zach Davies, a complete about-face on the young season. As you look at his first 4 start numbers compared to his last 3, he's only allowed 4 total runs in his last 3 starts, and he tries for his 4th consecutive victory. Hi, everybody. Craig Kashan back on board as we get closer to first pitch. We're going to talk about Zach Davies and his turn on the mound. Bring in Jerry Augustine, who's our reporter from the dugout here tonight. And Augie, you look at Zach Davies, what he's done lately. Dialing in that strike zone has been a key so far.
Oh, that's so important. What we see out of Zach Davies is the same thing. We see a lot of guys that go through their second season in Major League Baseball, and that's trying to find that comfort zone. And for Zach Davies, it's all about the fastball. He throws that 2- and 4-seam fastball, and it's about location. Where he's had problems early in the season, it's getting ahead of hitters. When he gets ahead of hitters with that good fastball and all the good locations, the curveball and the changeup are much better. So for Zach Davies tonight, we'll have to watch him. It's about getting ahead with the fastball, good locations, and going deeper in the game.
Comes Zach Davies now out of the bullpen. He gets set to make a start. You see a lot of pink here tonight. You're going to see it all weekend long. You're going to see a lot of home runs. What a start yesterday. 4 in a single game is a season high. Lineups and first pitch on the way.
Sends one deep in the right field. Jay Bruce looks up. It's gone. There's a drive. Deep right field. Welcome back to the show, Eric Sogard. And Arcia sends one deep to right center field. Back to back. Low pitch. Bandy swings. Fly ball. Deep left field. And that is out of here. Jed Bandy goes deep. Lots of long balls again for the Brewers. Jed Bandy with number 5 for him this season. 4 more big flies for the Brew Crew as they now have hit 59 of them so far this season. And we have an absolutely gorgeous night for baseball. Mid-70s, so the roof wide open for the middle game of this series. Milwaukee Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Let the games begin. Terry Collins brings his team into this game 2 under 500 at 16 and 18. But remember, they have won each of their last 4 series. They have work to do here in Milwaukee, though, after the Crew took the opener last night by a final score of 7-4. Let's check out the Mets batting order presented by Potawatomi. Michael Conforto back at the top as Asdrubal Cabrera and Jay Bruce 2-3. Neil Walker, who homered last night, hits cleanup. TJ Rivera over at third. Curtis Granderson in center field, 7-8 to 9. Lucas Duda, Kevin Plawecki, and Robert Gazelman. That's the batting order for the Mets. They will face Zach Davies.
Yeah, Zach has won his last 3 decisions. That covers 4 starts. He actually had 2 wins on the last road trip, St. Louis and Pittsburgh. And Zach is going to try to get through the 6th inning. He has not been able to complete the 6th inning yet in any one of his starts. That's the one thing he needs to do a better job of, but he's starting to throw the ball very well.
Yeah, not unlike last year where he stumbled out of the gate and then got into a good rhythm. But yeah, that's a great point. He would like to take it a little bit deeper into these games as we are set to go. First pitch to Michael Conforto is down low, and we are underway at Miller Park as Major League Baseball celebrates Mother's Day weekend. You will see the pink uniforms not just tonight, but of course tomorrow afternoon for the series finale.
And how about that catching gear for Jet Bandy?
That is sweet.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that is a nice bright look. 2-0 pitch, Conforto down the line, and that is a fair ball. Santana will have to run it down in the corner, and Michael Conforto rounding second, and will put on the brakes there with a double to begin the game.
Yep, he was thinking about it as Santana had some problems with it down in the corner, but did not want to make the first out at third base. Fastball command, and it's been good. It's been bad for Zach Davies. All starts with the fastball, and watch Santana, a little bit of a problem down there, and Conforto decides to stay at second base.
He was hitless last night, but he's been very good at the leadoff spot for the Mets, hitting about .320 from the leadoff spot this season. The 19th game he has been at the top of the order, and he's been very good in the first inning. Now 7 for 16 in the game's first at bat, and they may have him picked off, and they do. Last night it was Bandy, and right out of the chute tonight it is Zach Davies. Terry Collins checking out to see whether they need to review this.
Yeah, Conforto not sure what the call's going to be, but check that out. I mean, that was a good throw, good tag by Arcia, and no team does better than that. Well, that's going to be close. Yep, they got him out. And no review. Boy, how big is that? Yeah, pitchers picking off base runners, catchers making throws to pick them off.
Yeah, that was a big moment in last night's game. It was tied, and Jet Bandy was able to pick off Jay Bruce at second base, and that top half of the 6th ended with the score 2-2, and the Brewers opened it up with that big 4-run 6th, but it was Bandy who really got that started with the inning-ending pickoff. 1-0 pitch to Asdrubal. Try again. Asdrubal Cabrera. Shouldn't be that hard to say. Takes a strike, 1-1 the count.
Yeah, Mets have been good in the first inning, just like the Brewers.
They have been scoring runs in 9 of their last 11 games in the first inning. Last night, one of those 2 exceptions. There's a noticeable difference, though. The Brewers with a big edge in run differential. The Mets have scored in the first, but they've allowed a lot in the first. Cabrera with a ground ball snapped up by Jonathan Villar, and there are 2 men out of the first.
Well, the defense for the Brewers has been very good on this homestand so far. 2 games left. The Menards defense. Perez another starting left with Ryan Braun on the 10-day disabled list. Broxton Santana. They got Shaw, Arcia, Villar, and Thames from third to first. Arcia came in the game about midway yesterday. It was Sogard that got the start, and Jet Bandy back-to-back games behind home plate.
And here is Jay Bruce. Was hitless in 3 at-bats last night, but very well documented what he has done in his career against the Brewers. 35 home runs, 13 of them in this ballpark. He's gone deep 10 times so far this season for the Mets. Of course, coming over in that deadline trade last year from Cincinnati. Right at the non-waiver trade deadline. The Mets acquired him. And actually last year didn't provide a lot of power in that second half of the season for the Mets, but he's making up for it early this year.
Yeah, quite a culture shock going from Cincinnati to New York. Took him a while to settle in, but he's swinging the bat well now. That can be a challenging adjustment for a lot of players. A lot of guys take a while to get used to playing in New York. Some never get adjusted to it.
Figured the spotlight coming over to a team that was in the World Series in 2015. Jay Bruce not appreciating that second strike call from home plate umpire Mark Ripperger. Davies battling back from 3-0 to 3-2. 2 outs, bases empty. Craig talked about it, Craig Kashawn, in Brewers Live pregame, but it's been an interesting trend here with Zach. Last year, first 3 starts were very choppy, and this year it's been very similar, but his last 3 outings have been very good. And there's a bouncing ball, another chance for Orlando Arcia on the shift, and that will do it for the Mets as Zach Davies keeps him off the board. Brewers coming up. Trying to make it 3 over for what would be the first time this season. First time in a few, as a matter of fact. This team, though, playing very well here in this homestand. Here's the Brewers batting order presented by Potawatomi. Jonathan Villar, Eric Thames, and Hernan Perez 1, 2, and 3. Travis Shaw his cleanup. With Domingo Santana 5th, Jet Bandy 6th. Bottom of the order, Keon Broxton, Orlando Arcia, and Zach Davies. And that's the look that will face Robert Gazelman.
Yeah, he's 2-2. Big earned run average, 654. He's 23 years old. He was a 13th rounder by the Mets in 2011. 4-2 last year in 7 starts. He's won his last 2.
And he will face Jonathan Villar here to begin the home half of the first inning. Villar last night with a hit in 4 trips, also drew a walk.
Yeah, Jonathan got some pattern going with the pink tonight.
Yeah, looking sharp. And you will see players throughout the game tonight and tomorrow with not just the pink in the uniforms, the pink on the cap, but pink bats at times. As Major League Baseball recognizing Mother's Day weekend. 2 strikes and nothing to Jonathan Villar. Villar, Thames, and Perez here in the bottom of the first. Brewers last night with 4 home runs in the game. Sometimes the runners in scoring position numbers can be deceiving. The Brewers stranded 10 runners last night and scuffled with runners in scoring position to the tune of 0 for 9. But 3 solo homers and a 2-run shot with a runner at first. That was kind of big in Milwaukee's win and defeating Matt Harvey and company. Villar goes down swinging, out number 1. Here is Robert Gesellman, gets a quick punch out.
And the defense for the Mets has not been very good so far this year. But let's meet the Mets defensively. Brought to you by Menards. You got Conforto, Garanderson, and Bruce in the outfield. Rivera, Cabrera, Walker, Duda. Same configuration in the defense, except for Kevin Plawecki behind home plate.
Yeah, the shift on. Thames trying to bunt away from it, but Gesellman is there, and he'll retire Thames for the second out of the inning.
Hey, Gesellman going through the same situation that Zach Davies, trying to get deep into games. He's only been able to get into the 6th inning once. He had a 7-inning start against the Phillies back in April. Has not been able to pitch too deep in games. He's 6'4", 200 pounds. But not a hard thrower, and he doesn't strike that many out.
2 outs in the first, and Gesellman will face Hernan Perez. Another big night for Perez. Back in left field tonight. Ryan Braun on the 10-day disabled list with the calf strain. Perez gets the call in left. There could be some others there throughout the course of Brawny's stay on the DL. Nick Franklin, even Eric Thames could get out there here in the next week or so.
I saw Ryan Braun playing catch in the outfield before the game tonight. That's a good sign that the arm's feeling good enough to be able to throw at least.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the good reminder is the calf strain is what we mentioned, but still trying to get that arm back in order as Perez goes the other way, and that's a fair ball. Into the corner. Jay Bruce will dig it out of there. There's Hernan Perez picking up where he left off last night. 2-out double here in the first.
Batting average over 280 now. I mean, that's how hot he's been. And just incredible ability to go to the opposite field. There's that 2-seam fastball going down and in, and he's thinking right field all the way. Yeah, good balance. I mean, follow through up in the zone and able to tuck that one inside the right field line. Just a little bit of a high finish, and that's why Hernan's able to get that good backspin on the baseball.
He has been one of those on this club on a tear. We've talked a lot about Keon Broxton. Domingo Santana has had a pretty good run. And so is Hernan Perez. Travis Shaw, the hitter, he has a 5-game hitting streak going. Make it 6 with a base hit up the middle. Here comes Perez, and the Brewers do Brewers things in the first inning, and by that we mean they put a run on the board.
And just like that. It didn't take long. 2 outs, nobody on. Double single. Brewers cash in. It's amazing the success that they have had early in games. First inning, they're averaging about a run a game in the first inning. That's pretty good. And Shaw not trying to pull that either. Right back through the middle. Perez scores.
36 first inning runs for the Brewers. They've allowed but 11. Here is Domingo Santana.
Yeah, 36 first inning runs. This game number 37. Not bad.
Not bad. It is just a very, very impressive stat. The Mets have scored 31, but their run differential's -4. They've given up a lot in the first inning. Actually, it's now a -5. They've given up 36 in the first inning. So the Brewers are scoring, but they've been pretty good at keeping the opponents very limited early on. 2 balls, no strikes to Domingo Santana. 5 homers. He has driven in 13. Santana really started to turn the corner in that last homestand against the Braves. He certainly did with the power. 3 of his 5 home runs coming in that series. And he's hitting .340 here over the last dozen games.
He's shown good eye at the plate. I mean, he is going to strike out. That's going to be a given, but he has been able to center on the baseball. A very quick bat, and he as well is going to right field quite a bit.
3 balls, 1 strike to Domingo Santana. Travis Shaw, the runner at first. Robert Gesellman trying to get through this first, giving up just the 1 run. And Santana, a base hit to right field. Shaw to second. And the Brewers continue to hit here early on against Gesellman.
Yeah, pitch, outer half, and you can see what Santana's doing. You see a lot of these Brewers, and you got to really give a lot of credit to Darnell Coles. I mean, they have bought into the process of going to the opposite field, trusting your hands, 94 outer half, and able to find the hole between first and second. They have stuck to it now this year too with a lot of these guys, and he has done a terrific job with this offense.
Been a very dangerous group. There's enough of a sample size there where it's not so much a secret anymore around baseball. Here's Jet Bandy as we now get into the lower part of the order in the 6th spot. And it's been a very good storyline in this homestand. What the Brewers have done against the Red Sox and as well as the Mets last night. 6th spot on down. They've been inflicting damage. You see Bandy a part of it last night. The 2-hit night. Driving in a couple. Also had a run scoring double in the game. 2 on 2 out, a run in for the Brewers in the bottom of the 1st. So Bandy part of that home run parade last night. Take a look at Jet going to work. He and Manny Pena, the tag team combo behind the plate. Powerball home run count, 5 of them now for Jet Bandy. A solo blast last night.
Yeah, breaking pitch. The other 3 home runs for the Brewers coming on fastballs.
A ball, a strike to Bandy. Shaw the runner at second. Santana at first. That pops away from Plawecki, and the runners will advance. The Mets having a world of trouble here. The bottom of the 1st inning.
Yeah, all coming with 2 outs, and there's so much movement on that fastball that Plawecki kind of got handcuffed on that, and runners able to advance. This ball in the dirt. Actually, no, it might be a pass ball. Hit him in the glove. He just got handcuffed on it. Wasn't sure which way to turn the glove, and that'll be a pass ball. Thought it went in the dirt.
So runners now at second and third. A 2-1 count on Jet Bandy. Last 4 games, 6 through 9 in the Brewers batting order, hitting .348. Directly responsible for the win in the series opener against the Red Sox on Tuesday night, and obviously a big role last night as well. It's encouraging to see. It's always encouraging when you can score without the home run, but last night they had the home runs, but none coming from Eric Thames. He was 0 for 4, and yet the Brewers proving that maybe there aren't too many soft spots in that lineup. 2-2 pitch. That's strike 3 called. Fastball from Gesellman ends the inning, but the Brewers get on the board. Hernan Perez with a 2-out double, and then Travis Shaw brings them home with RBI number 27 after 1-0 Brew Crew. RBI single. Well, check it out. 36 first inning runs now for Milwaukee. That leads all of baseball. And a note on top of that, they've allowed but 11. So that's a very impressive run differential to start a game.
Yeah, really. One of the reasons why they've led in just about every game so far this year. At some point.
They have. It is a very unusual occurrence when they are behind in the early innings. Neil Walker leads things off. Walker had a good night last night. 3 hits, including a home run. Foul ball and a curve from Davies. 2 strikes and nothing now to the Mets second baseman.
And first inning, a lot of fastballs for Davies. Good to see him break out that curveball. That is a key pitch for him. That's been a pitch that he has really struggled with so far this year. Getting it consistent over the plate down in the zone. That's where you want it.
His outing in Pittsburgh was an important one. The Brewers able to get a game in that series. I mentioned went 5 2/3. Put up a couple of runs. A game where the Brewers were able to get a little separation late and win on that Sunday afternoon at PNC Park.
Yeah, Zach's been pretty good against the Mets. Third start, he's 1-0. He's given up 4 earned runs in 11 in the third inning. So he's had some success against New York.
A very good outing against the Mets here last June. That's strike 3 called. Davies with his first strikeout of the night as he catches Neil Walker looking.
Yeah, a lot of off-speed stuff, and no better pitch than that fastball in for a strike. You got to throw it for a strike because it's going to freeze the hitter most of the time, and that right on the edge. Good pitch.
Mentioned that outing that Davies had here against the Mets last June. 6 innings, 3 hit, 1 run ball. Good command. Struck out 7. Had just 1 walk allowed in that game. Faces T.J. Rivera, the third baseman. Been a really good story for this Mets team. Filled in well at first when Lucas Duda was on the disabled list, and then Duda returned last night. He was out with a elbow injury, but the way Rivera has been swinging the bat, Terry Collins moving him over to third. Getting better than 300. His on base percentage is .389.
Yeah, just trying to figure out a way to get a consistent lineup is Terry Collins. All the injuries that they've been dealing with.
And it has been one thing after the other for Collins. Yoenis Cespedes still trying to work his way back from a hamstring injury. Of course, the pitching woes. Steven Matz, Noah Syndergaard. And of course, the news a couple of days ago, their closer, Juris Familia, with a blood clot in his right arm, had surgery. And the feeling is he will be done for the year, or could very well be done for the year.
Yeah, that's serious stuff, to say nothing about David Wright down again with the back problem.
One of the really good leaders and good players in this Mets organization. And that list doesn't stop with those. We're just dropping a few names on you here. They have been they've been beat up. So see what Rivera has done in the last 3 games alone. New York guy from the Bronx, living the dream of an undrafted free agent. Davies with the 1-2.
I think that catching gear for Bandy glows in the dark. We're going to see when it gets dark tonight.
Be kind of hard to sneak up on anybody,
Yeah,
right?
that's something else. That is. It looks like one of those stormtroopers from Star Wars.
Rivera to center field. Broxton will have to apply the brakes and play it on a hop.
At the curveball up in the zone. That has been a problem pitch for Zach. I mean, there have been times when he's been able to be consistent down in the zone with it, but he's hung a lot of them as well. And this is a hanger up in the zone, down the middle, upstairs, and you can see where Rivera is able to hit it hard into center field. Well, he worked on that pitch a lot in spring training, threw a lot of them, and he felt like leaving spring training it was going to be a good pitch for him. That curveball changeup combination, the 2 good off-speed pitches for Davies.
Yeah, he is. When they are both working, he is one tough guy to hit against. as Curtis Granderson settles in. Been a tough stretch, although Granderson did have a hit last night. Off to a very difficult start. Had a big year last year. Some of those power numbers from earlier in his career started to come back. Been a good player for a long time. He homered 30 times last year, and he's had good success here at Miller Park. Hitting for average and run production.
Yeah, hit last night, a double late in the game.
So the 30 homers last year, 26 the year before. He's not a guy who in the course of his career overall has hit for a high average. He did have 1 year as a 300 hitter. That was back with the Tigers 10 years ago. But he can produce runs. Drove in 119 back in 2011.
He's been a leadoff hitter quite a bit in his career, and with the on-base percentage a little over 200, I guess Terry Collins figuring that's not the spot for him at this point.
Yeah, working well for Michael Conforto. It's been a change that has certainly helped this Mets offense. As we talked about last night too, with everything going on with this Mets team, injuries and other assorted drama, Collins has his team still playing pretty well in spite of it all. They're 2 under 500, but they've had some success here in recent series. Brewers trying to slow them down this weekend and got off to a good start in accomplishing that last night. 3-1 pitch to Granderson, hit sharply and through. That'll be a base hit. Rivera to second, and with 1 out, the Mets have a little something going.
There's a difference with the fastball for Davies. When he's behind in the counter, he's not able to get the off speed over. Hitters are going to be waiting for it and barrel it up, as opposed to when he's ahead in the count and he's able to catch that fastball in the inside corner. That's when he gets his outs. He'll get those called strike threes, but not able to get the off-speed stuff over to Granderson. He gets the fastball into right field.
Well, Mets with 3 hits already in the game. Back-to-back singles here in the second. Now Zach Davies will work against Lucas Duda. We're spotting Davies a run in the bottom of the first. RBI single from Travis Shaw. Brewers want to get their defense organized here. I mentioned Duda with his first game off the DL last night. His first at bat last night resulted in a 4-6-3 double play, but he did have a double in 4 trips.
Giving Duda a lot of room out in the gap in right center. They have Broxton shaded around toward left. Maybe give you some idea how they're going to pitch him. There's Broxton, left field side of second base. Big gap out there in right center.
Pickoff attempt. They got Conforto in the first inning after he began the game with a double.
That's such a great effect. When you have the reputation of picking guys off the bases, particularly second base, that guy at second not going to get that big a lead, and the jump might not be good enough to score on a single.
Duda takes a look at strike 1. 1-1 the count. DJ Rivera, the runner at second. Curtis Granderson at first. Consecutive 1-out singles for the Mets in the second inning. Bounces up there. Bandy with the block.
Yeah, when Zach is on his game, that's a strike. It's going to be either a swing or he's going to be able to get it down in the zone for a called strike.
Given up just 4 runs, 4 earned runs in his last 3 outings. As the Reds, Cardinals, and Pirates respectively. Gave up nothing to the Reds in 5 innings of work, just 6 hits. 2-1 pitch to Duda. That's in there for strike 2 called. Brewers 3-1 on this homestand after taking 2 out of 3 against the Red Sox. Now won 10 of their last 16 games. And just misses a full count.
That did miss by much. A tough pitch to take if you're Duda up there. Could have gone either way.
Full count to the Mets first baseman, who has homered 4 times this year. He has driven in 7. Battled a back injury last year as they keep Rivera close. And Duda, when healthy, is certainly a big power threat. Had 30 homers in 2014, 27 a year later. World Series year for the Mets. 3-2 pitch. And that is ball 4, and the Mets have him loaded with 1 out in the second. An early visit from pitching coach Derek Johnson here.
Just doesn't have a lot of command of the off speed. That last pitch was a fastball, but you know, the changeup, he's not getting the swings. That lonely feeling out there. I mean, if you're a Jet Bandy, you're trying to get him through the game. You know what you want to call, but you don't know if you can get it for a strike.
Well, there you see that what you're talking about here, Rock. Split down the middle here, balls versus strikes for Zach Davies. And after getting Neil Walker on a called 3rd strike, singles from T.J. Rivera, from Curtis Granderson, and then a walk to Lucas Duda. Let's have him loaded for the 8th place hitter Kevin Plawecki, who is catching tonight. It's called up from AAA Las Vegas back on April 20th. A limited at bats so far this season, 1 for 12. Here's where you could use a ground ball and a strike to the Mets catcher. Brewers have turned 44 double plays this year, most in the National League, and in the big leagues behind only the Texas Rangers. Oh, 1 pitch out in front and behind. 0-2.
Yeah, cut fastball down and away. Good pitch. You see the release. You can see the spin on it going down and away as it gets to home plate.
0-2 the count with a pitcher on deck. .26 years old is Plawecki, out of suburban Chicago, Illinois. First round pick 5 years ago. Davies with a 1-2. Hit sharply but foul. Skipping rope over there is T.J. Rivera.
Yeah, good reactions down there at 3rd base.
Very close.
That one gets me.
Even in the day, you wouldn't have the quickness. No,
especially
no
in
chance.
the day.
You didn't get to that topic in Brewers Live. You would be able to avoid the hot shots.
Right.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was a good time.
Yeah. Got to be exhausted. That was a long pregame hit for you, though.
10 minutes.
Yeah, that was tough. Thanks, by the way. Appreciate it. I enjoyed watching it.
It was fun.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Plawecki. And another block by Jet Bandy. There is a struggle here in the 2nd inning for Zach Davies.
And pitch count starting to rise again. 43 as we work here with 1 out in the 2nd inning. Got ahead 0-2. It's now a full count.
It's been a rather consistent thing here with Davies. The pitch count gets up early in games. Payoff pitch on the way, and that is trouble. A base hit, and that's going to go to the corner and left. And the Mets are going to get a couple out of this as they take the lead in the 2nd inning. Scoring is Rivera and Granderson, a 2-run double from Kevin Plawecki.
Yeah, the fastball down the middle, not going to get it done for Zach Davies. 91 miles an hour. He tried to put him away with the off-speed stuff, just couldn't get it over close enough to get a swing. That one right down the middle, and he hits it hard down the line and right. And still struggling with those 2 off-speed pitches is Zach Davies. Curveball, changeup.
4 straight Mets have reached off Davies after Zach got Neil Walker on a called 3rd strike to start the 2nd inning. Here is Robert Gesellman. He is 1 for 10 at the plate this season. Like many in the big leagues, a multi-sport athlete growing up, born in Santa Monica, California. Good high school basketball player. Actually, he was part of 2 state championship teams in California. 23-year-old. And a ground ball hit over to VR. Nothing happening at the plate as the throw goes to first. It'll be an RBI ground out from Robert Gesellman. Is coming in to score is Lucas Duda. 3-1 Mets.
Yeah, first or second and third, 1 out. Pitcher up, and a lot of times you might see him bring the infield in, but I think Craig Counsell has a lot of confidence in his offense right now. I think he feels like the Brewers are going to be able to score some runs. You don't want to have, you know, the pitcher flare one over the infield, drawn in, and score 2. That shows a lot of confidence in those bats.
And this team swinging a lot of hot bats here in this series. Plawecki the runner at second. Top of the order, Michael Conforto, who began the game with a double and then promptly got picked off. The 9th to be picked off by the Brewers here so far this season. Oh, and 1 the count. A 3-run inning here in the 2nd for New York. Oh, and 2 the count now on the left fielder. Came in hitting .319 in the leadoff spot for the Mets. Did Conforto. They have found an answer. The other candidates were a combined 4 for 71 at the top of the lineup for Terry Collins. 0-2 pitch. Conforto made a splash a couple of years ago, and then last year had some ups and downs, and it got to the point where they sent him down to AAA for a while, and it seemed to help him. Off to a nice start this year for the Mets. 2 strikes and nothing. Davies already on his 50th pitch of the game, and he'll need a 51st at least. He has been in the 90s plus in all but 1 outing. The deepest he has gone is 5 2/3. He was efficient against the Cardinals in St. Louis. 5 innings, gave up a couple of runs. Conforto with a fly ball to left. Room for Hernan Perez. The inning is finally over, but the Mets score 3 times, and we move to the bottom of the 2nd. 3-1 Mets. Time now for our car soup scoop from the clubhouse. It doesn't happen often when a manager is this much out in front, but in Craig Counsell's pregame gathering with the reporters, he mentioned that Corey Knebel is unavailable again tonight. You remember on Thursday afternoon, Knebel needed 41 pitches to get through his part of the game, and it was really well done. Great work by Knebel, but that's a career high pitch count for the relievers, so keeping him out of service here today as Keon Broxton leads things off here in the bottom half of the second.
Well, pretty obvious he wasn't available last night when we saw Jared Hughes come in the ninth to close it out. Never saw Knebel get loose. So yeah, you gotta be very cognizant of how many throws are in that arm. I mean, certainly don't want to burn him out. Now the closer for the Brewers, Neftali Feliz, has been removed from that spot for the time being.
Well, Knebel has just been electric with at least one strikeout in each of his 19 appearances this season. Roxton, Arcia, and Davies here for the Brewers in the bottom half of the second. Brew with a run in the first off Robert Gesellman. 23-year-old Southern California native, a guy who gets a lot of ground balls. Ground ball rate 58% coming into this game tonight. That's among the best in the National League. And he gets a ground ball right here. That's gobbled up by Neil Walker, and that's out number one. One out in the second. Orlando Arcia can show some power every now and then, and when he does, it's the other way. All four of his home runs opposite field. As you see what he has done here in just the last few weeks. Now one of 14 Brewers who have homered so far this year.
Yeah, common theme for a lot of these Brewer hitters. I mean, going to the opposite field. We've seen Broxton do it. Shaw, Thames, Braun's always been very good at it. Arcia, all four of his home runs going in that direction. And when you start showing the league you're going to be able to drive the ball to the opposite field, that's when they're going to start throwing you pitches middle in to pull. But even when they do that to a lot of these hitters, they're still going to right field. Santana's doing it.
Had his first career pinch hit home run last night off Matt Harvey. Brewers went back to back in that big sixth inning. Eric Sogard followed by Arcia. 2 balls, 1 strike.
I can honestly say that on the Brewers roster and the way their offense is set up, there aren't really any dead pull hitters anywhere. I mean, Arcia used to be, but not anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's not like the old days where the Ramis Ramirez, where everything's going from second base around to the left field line, right?
Yeah, not a lot of secret.
Right.
And the ground ball over there to short. Cabrera boots it, and I don't think so. Arcia is on, and he makes matters worse as he throws one into the camera well.
That'll be a double error.
Yes, sir.
E6 to get him to first base. E6 to get him to second.
Well, I said Camberwell on into the dugout. Either way, out of play.
Not just one error. My mistake. On a relatively routine ground, but it was hit hard, but right at Cabrera. Well, they did give him 2. That was right the first time.
Never doubt yourself, Rock.
Yeah, I saw one flash up there. And
yep. Error on the boot, error on the throw. Zach Davies at the plate. He is 1 for 9 at the plate so far this season. And another chance for Cabrera. Ball finds you right after a couple of errors. Second out of the inning.
hey, bring Mom out to the ballpark tomorrow afternoon as the Brewers host these Mets. Final game in a 3-game series. It's Mother's Day. The first 20,000 fans in attendance will get a Brewers wristlet courtesy of Boston Store. Great seats are still available at brewers.com/tickets.
Very nice.
The Brewers wristlet, and I'm not going to try and put my hand in. Can you fit yours in
No,
there?
I don't think so, Rock. But thanks for asking.
You don't want to try,
right
do
here.
you?
No.
I got it.
Have a wristlet. Here's VR, base hit into left, and that will score Arcia as the Brewers pull to within one.
Yes, the Brewers take advantage of the error. And another opposite field base hit from Milwaukee. A bullet by VR on a curveball that stayed up in the zone, and look at the way he's able to wait back and drive it to left. And the Brewers down by a run.
So the Crew has scored in each of the first 2 innings against Gesellman. Big RBI knock for Jonathan VR. And here is Eric Thames. Tried to bunt away from the shift in the first inning. Ended up going back to the pitcher. We saw Eric Thames last night get about as emotional as we've seen him, at least on the frustrating side. Strike out with the bases loaded early in the game against Matt Harvey, and he spiked the bat and the helmet.
I think it was a combination of things. Number one, he missed a couple of pitches he thought he should have hit early in that at bat, and then he chased one. A fastball up. He doesn't usually show that emotion when he just strikes out, but a lot of things going into that that bat fire.
Yeah, he's worked so hard to cut down that chase rate, which he has done very successfully. Much different looking stat for him now as opposed to the first time through in the big leagues. The Mariners and the Blue Jays. 13 homers. He has driven in 25. VR is running. Pitch is taken, and the throw down not in time. Swipe number 8 for Jonathan VR.
And got a good jump. Yeah, throw kind of floated a little bit on Plawecki. Maybe he didn't get a good grip on it. Not sure, but yeah, good lead, good jump. Never does look in and steals it easily. So another man in scoring position.
Run in already in the second. Thames with a chance to pick up another one. Selman's going to be careful with him. Thames with an on-base percentage of .425, slugging better than .700. Still remains in the top 5 in a lot of categories, including the home run count, which has him still tied with Ryan Zimmerman. Hernan Perez having a good start to his night at the plate, following up a terrific performance last night. Selman with the 3-1.
Yeah, tough to figure what Gesellman's going to throw any given time. He's got like 4 or 5 pitches that he throws. He threw a cutter right there that got in on the hands of Thames.
A full count to the Brewers' first baseman, with VR the runner at second. Just getting a piece to stay alive. Took an 0 for last night. Was walked once. Payoff pitch. Struck him out. Goes back to the fastball, and it gets past Eric Thames, but the Brewers pick up a run, and it starts on a couple of errors. First the boot, and then a bad throw. That gets Orlando Arcia to second, and then Jonathan VR drives him in. RBI knock, 3-2 Mets after 2 at Miller Park. 3-2 Mets, top of the third, as Drupal Cabrera will lead things off. Zach Davies in need of an efficient inning. You see pitch number 52 already. Needed more than 30 to get through the second inning. The Mets putting 3 runs on the board. 2, 3, and 4 in the order for the Mets: Cabrera, Bruce, and Walker. Quickly 0-2 to the Mets shortstop. And had the rare 2-error play on the ground ball from Orlando Arcia. Booted the ground ball and then still tried to throw him out and put the ball into the dugout. Give Arcia second, and on an 0-2 pitch, Cabrera gets hit.
It doesn't appear that Zach's having a difficult time getting ahead in the count. I mean, he's had 1-2, 0-2 counts a number of occasions tonight, but that put-away pitch has eluded him tonight. Just held on to that one a little bit too long.
There's Jay Bruce. Grounded to Arcia in the first inning. Remember, Zach got through the first okay. He gave up a leadoff double to Michael Conforto, but he got picked off and a couple of ground balls, and Davies was through it. But the second inning was trouble. After a strikeout of Neil Walker, 4 straight Mets reached. 2 singles, a walk, and a 2-run double. Bruce has driven in 26 to go with his 10 home runs. Davies with the 0-1.
And Jay Bruce has always been a very good low ball hitter. Got to be careful with those fastballs, knees, to mid-thigh. He's got that natural uppercut like a lot of left-handed hitters do, and that's where his power is. I mean, you can pitch him upstairs, but I don't know if Zach wants to mess around with that at 91 miles an hour.
0-2 pitch. One of the things when Davies is going well too, there's a pretty good tempo to how he works. And most when a runner is on, or runners, you're going to slow down, but we just haven't seen that tempo with him so far. 2 strikes and nothing to Jay Bruce. That's it in the air to left center field. Hernan Perez at the track. Out number 1.
Yeah, 0-2 pitch. He sent that one pretty far. Very good off-speed hitter.
In support of Mental Health Month this May, Fox Sports Supports proud to team up with NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and their commitment to replacing stigma and hope with hope and improving the lives of families and those affected by mental health conditions. Learn more about how to be stigma-free and visit foxsportssupports.com. 1 out and 1 on here in the top half of the third, and Neil Walker at the plate. We looked at a called third strike to begin the second inning. Came over in that trade for John Neese. Deal with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Second year now with the Mets. First round pick, 11th overall. Pretty popular player, a Pittsburgh guy, and had good numbers as a Pirate.
Yeah, great high school football player in the Pittsburgh area.
It's in a football crazy state. Makes you a lot of friends.
Hey, notice this Mets lineup just loaded with left-handed hitters, left-handers and switch hitters. You saw it last night with Garza on the mound, who once again threw the ball very well.
Garza's had 3 straight good outings here for the Brewers. Grinder through the first one, and it wasn't bad, just grinded through it a little bit. The last 3 he's been very good. Walker with a base hit to right. And Cabrera is going to motor around to third, and the Mets have runners at the corners with 1 out.
They just went down and got that one. That was down below the knees, but able to level the bat out and hook it out into right field. And check it out, the changeup down, not a bad pitch. And the location really good. I mean, that's a good piece of hitting by Neil Walker to be able to go down and get it. It's exactly where you want it.
That's with 5 hits. And trouble again for Zach Davies. Here is T.J. Rivera. He singled in the second inning. He has now reached safely in 11 straight games. Already pitch number 62 from Davies here tonight. Rivera in a good clip. You see the overall numbers impressive, hitting .360 over his last 13 games, and all 8 of his RBIs have come in that stretch. Two balls, no strikes to the Mets third baseman.
This is where you need that good changeup if he has it. Fastball situation, changeup to get the ground ball here.
2-0 pitch. And this is popped up. Eric Thames will take charge. 2 outs. Field fly.
Got away with a fastball upstairs. Up and in, and it looked like Rivera jammed himself.
So a pop up, and there are 2 men out here in the third inning. As Curtis Granderson will step in. Cabrera, the runner at third. He was hit by a pitch on an 0-2 count. Moved over to third on a single from Neil Walker. Granderson last couple of nights showing some signs that he might be coming out of a very tough stretch. 1 for 4 last night. Base hit in the second inning. Going through a stretch where he was 9 for his last 78. But the veteran starting to come out of it now. A ball, a strike. He was driven in 11. Curve as Granderson well out ahead of it. The ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, best one of the night. Really pulling his string on it, had good movement, kept it away. Good pitch.
Davies ahead, a ball, 2 strikes. Trying to strand a couple of runners here in the third inning. Another curve is fouled off. Some big years for Granderson in his time in the big leagues. 3-time All-Star, once with the Tigers, a couple of times around with the Yankees. Silver Slugger winner in his career. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Back to Davies, and he'll get out of it here in the third. So a hit batsman and a base hit, but the Mets leave them at the corners. Hernan Perez will be up here in the bottom of the third, with the Mets leading the Crew 3-2. Here at Miller Park, and Hernan Perez will be leading things off, and he's doing a pretty good job in that 3 spot as well as left field in place of the injured Ryan Braun. Here's what he's done here in the last couple of games. 4 hits here against the Mets so far in this series. Went 3 for 4 last night. Starts tonight with a double.
And that's the other thing that's really so good about Hernan Perez. I mean, he's in the number 3 spot. He's told he's going to be in there until Ryan comes back probably. He doesn't put any pressure on himself. It doesn't matter to him where he's hitting in the batting order. And a lot of guys are going to try and change what they do based on where they're hitting in the lineup. But Perez doesn't seem to let that bother him too much.
No, he seems comfortable wherever he plays in the field and wherever he hits in the lineup. A fly ball there to Jay Bruce. Well, the first out here in the third.
It's not up to the player to be a hitter based on where you're at in the lineup. It's up to the manager to put players in the appropriate spot in the batting order based on what they're capable of doing. So you never change no matter where you're at. You are who you are.
And Hernan Perez has extremely high value to this ball club. Here's Travis Shaw. RBI single his first time up, and he lifts one into left field. Conforto drifting back. Out number 2.
Hey, kickoff festival season like a true Milwaukeean at the Brewers Big Gig Tailgate on Thursday, May 25th, presented by Miller Lite. Enjoy a pregame tailgate. Watch the Brewers take on the D-backs and even walk away with a Summerfest ticket. Go to brewers.com/theme nights.
Big Gig Tailgate. Nice. 2 outs, bases empty for Domingo Santana. Singled in the first inning. Brewers picked up a run in the first tonight. They have now scored 36 first inning runs this season. So added 1 in the second, but Robert Gesellman is trying to go through a 1-2-3 third if he can. He has already retired Perez and Shaw on fly balls. 1-1 pitch to Santana. Two and two the count. A lot of credit to Santana. Fought through some early struggles. Has had a pretty good last couple of weeks. pitch and hitting at a very good clip, better than 340. A bouncing ball by the mound and through. Santana now 2 for 2 tonight.
Another good approach. And not a bad pitch. And cutter, slider, whatever you want to call it. Down and away, went down and got it. Just stuck the bat out there. Didn't overswing and able to find center field with it. That's what you call shortening up. And just trying to put the bat on the baseball. Good job by Santana. His second hit.
And the 5th for the Brewers. So this 3rd inning will continue for Jet Bandy. Looked at a 3rd strike that ended the 1st inning. Team has a little winning streak going when he's behind the plate. 4 straight, as a matter of fact. Manny Pena with good numbers when he's behind the plate as well. A nice run in progress when Bandy gets the call. This is hit in the hole. Cabrera, the backhand, and the flip is in time. Oh, what a play. He committed a couple of errors in one play in the 2nd inning. That's an impressive play on the force of Santana to end the 3rd. Let's see if the Brewers want to challenge this, and they say no, and the inning is over. So a good play from Asdrubal Cabrera. The Mets still up 1 after 3. Major League Baseball marathon game last night. Buster Posey puts an end to it in the 17th inning with this walk-off home run, a 3-2 win over the Cincinnati Reds. That is joy and relief, and then the quick turnaround, and this is how Brandon Belt's day started into the McCovey Cove. He slept fast, he slept well, as Belt went deep for the 6th time this season.
How about the reaction of Buster Posey after hitting? Finally,
it's over.
You're not going to see too many home run reactions like that.
No. Joy and relief. Lucas Duda leading things off, and he gets plunked on an 0-1 pitch. It's the 2nd hit batsman tonight for Davies.
Yeah, getting ahead in the count. I mean, either 0-1, 0-2, 1-2, and Davies just having a difficult time putting these hitters away. This is an 0-1 pitch. Cut fastball and gets him right on the inside of the knee, or the outside of the knee, rather. Second batter he's hit.
That was Cabrera who he hit on an 0-2 pitch in the 3rd inning. Here is Kevin Plawecki, who delivered a 2-run double as part of that 3-run second for the Mets. One of those nights where very little is easy here for Zach Davies. Curveball for a strike to the Mets catcher. Davies did work out of a jam in the 3rd inning. Runners are at the corners with one out. He got a pop up from T.J. Rivera and a ground ball from Curtis Granderson. Ball a strike to Kevin Plawecki. And therefore Rene Rivera tonight behind the plate. It's number 74 here for Davies. He did 103 in his 5 2/3 innings of work against the Pirates on Sunday afternoon. Earned the win. Gave up just a couple of runs on 4 hits. Sharp ground ball, and that's through a base hit. Well, last night it was the Brewers' bottom of the order, and tonight it's the Mets' bottom of the order causing trouble.
And again, a fastball for Plawecki, and that's what he got on a 3-2 pitch. Drove in a couple of runs back in the second inning. That fastball right down the middle, 90 miles an hour.
Runners at first and second for the pitcher Robert Gesellman. RBI ground out from Gesellman in the second inning. Bunting situation here as the Brewers get things organized. Corners creep in as Gesellman takes a strike.
That makes it awfully difficult on the hitter when you see the corners crashing that hard. Kind of gets into your head a little bit. You're almost better off trying to pop it over their head. I mean, if you have that kind of back control, which I'm sure that Gesellman does not. It's tough to get the job done on a sacrifice when they're all that close.
0-1 the count. Thames creeping in. Shaw stays put. Pitch misses. The count is even now to the Mets pitcher.
Well, they decided to keep Shaw at third, which means Zach Davies has the line. They're trying to keep Duda close at second base. They had Arcia over there. Now Arcia is scooting over toward third base. Maybe go back to the first play.
This is where you have a lot going on in this game. Wheels are turning. As Gesellman shows bunt. A pitch away. It's 2 out of 3 where they brought Shaw in and they wheel Arcia over to cover third.
You're banking on that there's no chance that Gesellman is going to try and swing away, and the fact even if he does, he's not going to be able to find a hole somewhere. They're opening up big holes in that infield with everybody running around like that.
Corners crashing again. Bandy to third, and Arcia had it long enough. Lost it on the transfer. They get the force. Good work by Bandy as they get the lead runner.
Well, just pounces out on that baseball and makes the play pretty easy at third base. Now, Arcia is trying to get rid of it quickly to get that double play. You can see clearly out at third. Has the ball in his glove, loses it in the transition.
One out, runners at first and second for the leadoff hitter Michael Conforto. Has doubled and flied to left. And he did not check. Tom Hallion, the crew chief, third base umpire, says strike one. Those 8 home runs, 7 for Conforto, have come as the leadoff hitter in this Mets lineup. 19th game he's been in that spot. Ball a strike to the left fielder. Mets have something going here in the fourth. Davies fought through a thread in the third, trying to do the same right here. Swing and a miss out in front and down in the count, 1-2.
Yeah, pulled the string on him nicely right there.
One punch out so far for Davies. Jan Marinez getting loose in the Brewers bullpen. 1-2 pitch coming from Davies. And that is blooped into center field. Broxton will make the catch for out number 2.
He threw it home, but there was nobody at third base. The throw got to go into third base. Everybody, you know, Arcia got Shaw out there looking at him. Fames is looking out there saying, why'd you throw it home?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I forgot.
I got it.
I meant to do that.
Right. I'm good. Arcia, yeah, we got it. It's all right. No harm.
I just want to make sure that Duda wasn't going to tag up from second and score.
Well, John Jaso tried to do that the other day.
Yeah, right.
Or he just didn't tag, period. He just kept running with
Yeah.
one out. Here's Cabrera. A block required from Jet Bandy. He looks quicker with that gear, don't you think?
Yes, he does. I mean, very light on his feet with that. It's a lot of pink.
A peak bats for Asdrubal Cabrera. See that throughout the weekend. 1-0 pitch. Was hit on an 0-2 pitch. That's how the third inning started for the Mets. Davies started his fourth by hitting Lucas Duda. Trying to get out of it though. Quick off attempt. Arcia is sneaking behind.
Very active at second base is Orlando Arcia, always trying to keep him close.
So the Brewers have executed 9 pickoffs this season. 6 from the pitchers and 3 from the catching combo of Pena and Bandy. Bandy had one last night, as a matter of fact. Got Jay Bruce in the 6th inning. Key play in the game.
Wasn't even close either.
No, it wasn't. Had some success against the Cardinals in that series.
Two very good throwing catchers the Brewers have, and like to show off the throwing arm.
Not afraid to, that's for sure. 2 balls, 1 strike to Asdrubal Cabrera. Manny Pena there and Junior Guerra, left side of your screen. Mention those pickoffs, that combination of 3. It was Matt Carpenter getting a dose of it. Colton Wong as well, and then last night Jet Bandy nabbing Jay Bruce. A combo we've talked about how good they are at the plate, but they do some damage to the opposition behind the plate as well.
And even when you don't pick them off, it has an effect. Don't stray too far off the bags with these 2 guys behind home plate.
And 2 out of 3 of those instances, I wouldn't put Colton Wong into that savvy veteran category quite yet, but Matt Carpenter's been around a little bit. Jay Bruce has been around a little bit.
Yeah.
Not rookies out there. As we get deeper into this season, whatever secret there was will go away on how dangerous Jet Bandy and Manny Pena can be. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Cabrera.
I just noticed the chest protector on Jet Bandy. He's got the wings on both sides. You notice that most of the time on most chest protectors. You got that wing on the throwing shoulder, and you have a bigger padded area on the catching arm, and he's got the 2 wings on both sides.
styling tonight.
So if you find a left-handed throwing catcher, he could wear that.
He could. Or as Jim Gantner would say, that would be for the amphibious catcher, right?
That's right. Didn't see Jimmy today.
No.
Saw Gorman.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday too.
Robbins in the ballpark.
That's right. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Asdrubal Cabrera. And this battle continues. A beautiful night here at the ballpark. The roof wide open. Mid-70s at first pitch. Spring is here, Rock.
Yeah.
It arrived.
How's the garden looking back in Madison?
How's our garden?
Oh, haven't you been back enough to see it?
Haven't been. Yeah, I have to call and check on that. How many plants have wilted in our garden?
Yeah. You don't have a garden?
No. You?
Yeah.
Of course you do. You have people take care of that. I know.
Yeah, wife.
Oh, very nice.
I'm not around to enjoy it either, just like you.
We're just grinding away here.
Starting to green up around here. It looks good.
Yeah, it does. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up here. Davies against Cabrera. Lewiecki the runner at second. The pitcher Robert Kesselman is the runner at first. And here comes the 3-2. In the air to center field, and a late break Broxton, but this just in. He runs well and makes the catch, and that'll do it for the Mets. They strand 2 more. Still 3-2 New York in the 4th. Earlier today, Brewers legend Robin Yount stopped by the ballpark to serve up some Robinade at Alex's Lemonade stand, presented by Northwestern Mutual. Now, at every Saturday and Sunday home game, fans are able to purchase Robinade for $3 at the stand, with all proceeds benefiting Alex's Lemonade Stand Foundation, a nonprofit organization focused on finding a cure for childhood cancer. Well done, Mr. Yount. And here he is. We have a Robin Yount bobblehead day, and for those, well, I know you guys remember this at the '82 series. This was how he came into Old County Stadium.
Hasn't changed a bit.
That's awesome. There you go. There's the original.
Has he changed that much? Hasn't gained a pound.
I just wish I would have been here for that moment.
Yeah.
Got a little raucous.
It's always great when Robin Yount's in the ballpark.
Pennant-winning team of 1982.
It's a nice bobblehead too.
That is impressive.
Sweet.
That may be one of the all-time bobbles there.
That is a collector's item.
It is. Good work by Robin Yount.
Yep.
Keon Broxton, Orlando Arcia, Zach Davies here in the fourth, and a chopper. Tough play, Cabrera, no play, trying to barehand it. He knew that was his only chance. Infield single for Keon Broxton.
Yeah, really the only chance was going to be for Rivera if he was able to cut it off, which he couldn't. Man, the way Broxton runs, and he knew that, you know, once that got by the shortstop, he gave up on it. I think he was the only guy that had a shot at it. Got to keep going because there's no chance right there for Cabrera.
See if that gets something started is Keon Broxton. With hit number 6 here for the Brewers, they have matched the Mets in that category. There's Orlando Arcia. Reached on an error. Cabrera kicking the ground ball and then compounding it by throwing into the dugout. Arcia got second, and it came around to score on an RBI knock from Jonathan Villar.
Marinda is still standing out there in the bullpen mound. Zach Davies is on the on-deck circle, and not sure if Counsell's going to go to the bench. Normally, if you're going to let it ride with a pitcher that's out there already, just sit down between innings.
Selman with the 1-0. Arcia with a drive, left center, and a sliding catch by Conforto. He makes the catch, and on the quick retreat is Broxton.
He bobbled that. He had it in the glove, it popped out, and he grabbed it once again. I tell you, Arcia hit that ball hard out there in the gap. Well, watch the bobble. Conforto goes down to get it. Heel of the glove up, he got it. And Broxton able to get back safely to first base.
Good play by Conforto out there in left. Taking one away from Arcia. 1 out, 1 on. Davies will hit. Keep an eye on Keon. He has 8 steals in 12 attempts. Brewers executed a double steal last night that resulted in a run. Very well executed.
You checking out the scoreboard when these guys come to the plate, the Brewers?
Star Wars night.
Yeah, Z3PO for Zach Davies.
Very creative.
Love it.
Runners going, and the throw down to second. Not in time. Broxton has the bag. His 9th steal of the year.
I'll tell you, Plawecki takes a while to get rid of it. It's almost as if he's a bit of a slow motion trying to get himself in position to throw, and not a whole lot on his throws. A good throw is going to get Broxton here, but you know, on the third base side of the bag, no chance. Not throwing the money, it might be close.
Two balls, no strikes here to Davies with Broxton in scoring position. There it is. You are all about Star Wars night, Rock. I got to give you credit.
I love watching them come up. You know, up on the scoreboard. The best one is Travis Shaw.
That is a preview of coming attractions here in our broadcast tonight. Selman falls behind 3-0 now to Davies. Brewers with a little something going on here. Broxton the runner at second with 1 out. We're in the 4th. That's what we'll just show you right now.
There he is.
Shabaka.
Love it. Tremendous.
Davies looks at the strike. 3-1 the count. You enjoying what's on the scoreboard? You just enjoying the fact you don't have to read the promos again?
Yeah, well, the Star
All the
Wars
above
kind of gave me some problems, but
that's it.
I'm just enjoying a nice Saturday night at the ballpark. The roof's open. We're having some fun.
It's a beautiful place to be.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. It's also about, what, 35 degrees warmer than where we were last Saturday night?
Right. Exactly. And dry.
Those are some tough conditions for those first 2 games in Pittsburgh. 55-degree day on Sunday felt like a 70-degree day. 3-1 pitch, and how about that? Davies just got walked. Well, here we go. Brew Crew with runners at first and second as the lineup turns over.
Oh, he was taken all the way on 3-1, and that pitch did not miss by much.
There's Jonathan Villar. Drove in the second run of the night for the Brewers back in the second inning. We mentioned it with Davies. It'll be interesting to see with Gesellman as well how deep he can go. Rock mentioned he had the 1-7 inning outing and no decision against the Phillies, but otherwise you're looking in that 4 to 5 inning range for this 23-year-old. They'll pick up that Mets pitching staff last year. Get them into the postseason, in fact. A lot of starts, but when he debuted in late August, ended up starting 7 games and won 4 big ones for the Mets, helping them earn a wild card spot.
Hey, when was the last time the Mets had a earned run average for their starting pitchers at 5?
Yeah, I would, if somebody would have told you that as opening day was approaching, given all the promise of that rotation,
right,
they'd ask you to leave.
That's where they're at. That Brewers showing good patience. Those pitches just missing the corner.
Making Gesellman work here as the Brewers down 1, but have a threat going in the bottom of the 4th. Gesellman now having a lot of trouble locating the strike zone. He walked the pitcher, and he is 3-0 on Jonathan Villar. Pitch away from making this inning really interesting with Eric Thames waiting on deck. Here's the 3-0. Goes to the gas at 94 for strike 1. Here's the big man on deck. He'll be looking for his first hit in this series. A long look back at second, Keon Broxton. A strikeout in the first, but came through in the second with the RBI single. And a little chopper. Gesellman, the plays at first for the second out. As the runners move up, Broxton to third, Davies to second.
Yeah, that's the big movement on that fastball. VR had to count 3-1. Just a little dribble in front of home plate.
As Eric Thames steps to the plate, let's check out the Powerball home run leaderboard. Those 13 still tied atop the big leagues. Ryan Braun, Travis Shaw with 7, 3 others with 5, and remember 14 Brewers have gone deep this year. Most recent being Eric Sogard last night. But the big thumper is at the plate right now with runners at second and third and 2 outs. Tried to bunt his way on away from the shift in the first, but Gesellman made the play and struck out in the second. Fastball gets past Thames here for strike 1.
Yeah, one of the best of the night. Right down the middle, he's got 6 home runs.
One strike pitch. Thames locking back in here as Brewers have made Kesselman labor here in the 4th inning. The 1-1. Breaking ball misses.
And you wonder how aggressive they're going to be with first base open.
Hernan Perez. A double already tonight. Two one on the way. Pitch count starting to climb here for the Mets starter. Roxton at third, Davies at second. And a hitter's count to Eric Thames. He has run it full. It's 25 RBIs, trailing only Travis Shaw in this ball club. Shaw with a run batted in tonight. He has 27 on the year. Now the 3-2. Bases loaded. Second walk of the inning given up by Kesselman.
Well, it's either going to be perfect on the outside corner or they're going to walk him. They weren't going to mess around getting too much of the plate, although the 3-1 pitch had the plate, but it was down. A good take by Thames.
Dan Warthen, the pitching coach, organizing the team meeting. Brewers have runners everywhere now for Hernan Perez. Mentioned their Brewers swinging good bats, maybe none hotter in the homestand than Hernan Perez. 6 for 14, including 4 for 6 so far in this series. 3-hit night last night, including a home run, his 5th of the year. He has doubled and flied to right so far tonight. Roxton at third, Davies at second, Eric Thames at first. A big cut from Perez.
This is where you want to make him pay. They pitch very carefully to Thames. They get Perez to the plate, and that's extra incentive.
They have him up against it. 0-1 the count. Selman has given up 5 home runs so far this season, including 2 in his last outing. That was against the Marlins. Big chance for Hernan Perez, who's been very good with runners in scoring position. A fly ball hit into center field. Granderson going back at the track, and the park will hold it. Inning is over. Deep fly from Perez, not deep enough. We're through 4. Mets still up by 1. Wisconsin is brought to you by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. And by Toyota. Let's go places. 3-2 Mets lead the Brewers as we move to the top of the 5th inning here at Miller Park. Let's get to our showstopper tonight, Mookie Betts. So the Red Sox, remember him? He was hot coming into Miller Park, stayed hot, and he is still hot. Now look what he does at the expense of the Tampa Bay Rays today. 6th home run of the year. Of course, had the big blow here on Thursday afternoon. He is going to work at Fenway Park.
He likes that leadoff spot.
Yeah, that's worked out pretty well for him. John Farrell put him there over the last weekend against the Twins.
For Conforto, and Mookie Betts has done a pretty good job up there. Wow.
Yeah, he's a player. He is. That is a team to be reckoned with, and it was very encouraging to see this building Brewers team win 2 out of 3 against Boston. It was a very good game on Thursday afternoon, but Betts with that big blow in the 9th, that was the difference. And Zach Davies with the pitch count in the 90s, trying to fight his way through the 5th inning here. He will deal with Jay Bruce, Neil Walker, and T.J. Rivera. Bruce with a ground ball to short and a fly ball to left so far tonight. Takes a curve and sends one into the seats out of play.
How about that once again? 0-2. He's been getting ahead in the count. I mean, consistently. That put away pitch has been tough for him to come up with.
You use the term grinding a lot, but it applies here with the way Zach is getting through this game. The Mets touched him up for those 3 runs in the 2nd inning, but Davies has worked out of some trouble in innings 3 and 4. 1-2 pitch to Bruce, swung on and missed, out number 1.
Always good if your pitcher can, get through the inning without any runs scoring when you allow him to hit and then send him back out there. And of course, Zach able to draw a walk to contribute to the inning. Yeah, good 2-seam fastball and first out. It's only the 2nd time that Zach has been able to retire the leadoff hitter.
Yeah, he has hit a batter to lead off innings 3 and 4, facing Neil Walker, who sends one deep into left center field. Broxton going back, reaches up, can't get it. It's out of here. Neil Walker, his 2nd home run in as many nights.
Yeah, pitch off the outside corner. We've seen Walker go out and get a couple of those in this series. Pitch was up, but did not have the plate, but he was still able to hit it out of the ballpark. Check it out. Yeah, get that pitch down a little bit. It's going to be maybe a ground ball somewhere, but upstairs, Walker takes it out of here to center field.
For the Mets have a 2-run lead. T.J. Rivera, first pitch swing and a liner out to Broxton, and he will take care of it for the 2nd out. And here's the veteran Curtis Granderson. Singled and scored in the 2nd inning. Bounce back to Davies to end the 3rd. .36-year-old Granderson. Davies ahead, 2 strikes and nothing. Now you're seeing some tempo here from Zach. 2-strike pitch, curve, misses. Strikeout of Bruce, home run from Walker, line drive from Rivera. Pitch number 101 coming up for Zach Davies. And this is popped up. Arcia will call for it out on the grass. And that'll do it for the Mets here in the 5th. Well, Star Wars night here at the ballpark. Shabaka, Travis, followed by Domingo D2 and Baba Jet. Star Wars night, gotta love it. It's 4-2, and you are seeing pink throughout all of Major League Baseball as MLB recognizes Mother's Day weekend, including pink bats made, of course, by Louisville Slugger, and bats like this will be auctioned on MLB.com exclusively, and money will go to the Susan G. Komen Foundation and Stand Up to Cancer. And you are seeing pink in the uniforms and the caps. Great work by Major League Baseball as we all fight this disease. Recognize all the moms out there, not just tomorrow, but all weekend long.
Every day of the year. This is a nice bat, by the way. 34.
Yeah.
34, 32. It's an M110. That was my model, M110. Need some pine tar, man. We go at it. Let's do it.
Look at it. He's got the itch going. It just never leaves you, does it?
Oh, yeah, it does.
Let's say the want to never leaves you. How about that?
Yeah, everything's good until you step in the batter's box.
And it hurts. Here's Travis Shaw starting out the 5th with a base hit. Oh, what a diving stop by Conforto. Otherwise, Shaw is still running, but it looked like that was slicing away from the left fielder. But nonetheless, a base hit for Shaw.
It's awfully hard to pitch to Travis Shaw when he's staying on the baseball like this. It just serves it out there into left field, gets on top of it. That's the trick to that. That's a heck of a play by Conforto. That ball skipped off the grass and almost got all the way down in the corner.
Here's Domingo Santana, has himself a 2-hit night going, a single to right and a single to center. Check out Wendy's at the plate for Santana, the 2 singles in this game. 2 of the 7 hits the Brewers have so far. They're down 2. A very long way to go on a gorgeous Saturday night here at the ballpark. Selman with the 0-2, and Santana loops one down the line. Get down, a foul ball. That never gets old. Seeing a young guy get a souvenir, especially with a polite bounce like that. His night has been made.
Yeah.
Getting toward the end of the school year, you're at the park on a Saturday. Doesn't get any better.
Yeah, about a month left, you think, in school?
Oh, maybe less than that. Now. They let them out earlier these days. Probably in the final weeks anyway.
That hasn't been an issue in my house for quite some time.
Me too. Not just being that young man's age, but this is a commencement day for some in this state, the colleges. I'm barely remembering those days. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Domingo Santana. RBIs for Domingo with the 5 homers he has hit. 2-2 pitch.
There's still no activity in that Mets bullpen. They've got a 2-run lead, and I guess someone really hasn't proven the ability to get through 5 innings, or at least into the 6th. Pitch count at 85. Nobody out in the 5th.
Payoff. Both pitchers fighting their way through it here in this game. Brewers with runs in the 1st and 2nd innings. Left them loaded in the 4th. A warning track fly from Hernan Perez. Ending that inning. This extended at bat will continue for Santana. One of those young Brewer players who fought through some early struggles at the plate. Again the 3-2 and a walk. Another walk given up here by Gesellman, and the first 2 are on in the 5th.
Yeah, good take. Didn't miss by much. Hey, baseball's brightest stars take the biggest stage as Miami hosts the Midsummer Classic, the All-Star Game, and you can make sure your hometown 9 are well represented by going to Brewers.com/vote and casting a ballot filled with Brewers up to 5 times a day and 35 times total.
A number of very viable candidates in this Brewers club this season. Brewers have stranded 7 runners here so far tonight, trying to get that flipped right here. And let's see what Jed Bandy can do. A 2-hit night last night, a homer and a run scoring double. Gesellman prides himself on being a very good ground ball pitcher, which he is. Top 5 in the National League. In all of baseball with a ground ball rate of nearly 59%. He was at 54% last year. Not a huge sample size. He appeared in 8 games starting 7, but was very effective. And this is blooped into right field. That's going to drop a base hit. Shaw will be held up at 3rd, and the bases are loaded.
They don't run on that guy in right field, Jay Bruce. And with nobody out, Ed Cedar not taking any chances. He's got a cannon, very accurate out in right field. Another good approach by a Brewer hitter. Look at this breaking pitch down, and Bandy serves it out there into right field. His first hit, and bases loaded once again. Back-to-back innings for Milwaukee. They had to make sure that was going to drop, and Bandy keeps the inning alive. Moving the line.
It's all set up for Keon Broxton. Reached on an infield single in the 4th. Stole 2nd. He's hitting .367 over his last 18 games as Broxton. Some more trouble in the making here as Dan Warthen, their pitching coach, comes back to the mound. We mentioned this with Broxton because it's easy to draw conclusions early when you look at statistics in this game, and they can fluctuate wildly. But you see how those first couple of weeks went for Broxton, and he has turned that around completely now over the last stretch of games, 18 plus tonight.
Well, relaxed. I mean, I think he was putting a little pressure on himself after a pretty good second half last year.
Ball, no strikes to the center fielder. And now double barrel action in that Mets bullpen. It's gone from quiet to noisy in a hurry. And a wave and a miss there from Broxton. Brewers have Gesellman in a tight spot right now. Bases loaded, nobody out. 1-1 pitch. Has really made him labor now, especially these last couple of innings.
Yeah, taking some close pitches that are out of the strike zone.
Two balls, one strike. Ground ball through, a base hit. Coming in to score is Shaw. It will be station to station as Conforto gets the throw in. RBI single from Broxton. It's a one-run game.
And that was all set up. That pitch right there was set up by the pitch before. He took it. It was a two-seamer down, just missed the bottom of the strike zone. It took it to a 2-1 count as opposed to a 1-2 count. And this 1-2-1 pitch was up in the strike zone. This is the sequence right here. And this is the pitch as a result of taking those low fastballs. Gesellman has to come up in the zone, and he's able to punch one into the hole and drive in a run. One pitch has a big effect on the next. That's a good job by Broxton.
Two-hit night, and now Terry Collins is going to go ahead and make a change, and this will be a double switch as the pitching spot due up third for the Mets in the 6th inning. So the first 4 have reached a walk and 3 singles. A run is in here for the Crew, and they have pulled to within 1. And still nobody out as the bullpen will get busy, and a double switch. Juan Lagares will be coming in. I'll tell you about the pitcher coming up. It's 4-3 Mets leading the Brewers. Big inning in the making here for the home team. Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. 4-3 game, but the Brewers with a run across, still nobody out. Bases are loaded. Keon Broxton a run-scoring single. a double switch here for the Mets. We mentioned Juan Lagares coming into the game. He is out in center field now for Terry Collins. And out of the bullpen is Hansel Robles.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good stretch. 19th game for Robles. You can see that earned run average of 142. He's given up just a 1 home run. Robles fastball changeup very good. He's tossed a career best 14 consecutive scoreless innings dating back to April 13th. So he's thrown the baseball pretty well.
And he inherits a mess. The bases are loaded, nobody out. Robert Gsellman out, 4+ innings, allowing 3 runs, 2 of which are earned, but 3 runners his responsibility as Orlando Arcia steps in. Arcia has reached on an error and lined to left. Santana at third, Bandy at second, Broxton the runner at first. 26-year-old Hansel Robles delivers, and Arcia drive left field and deep. Conforto will watch it go off the wall. This will score a couple. Rounding third, heading for home, Bandy, and he's in. 2-run knock for Orlando Arcia as the Brewers take the lead.
Well, not messing around. First pitch, he got one down the middle of the plate. Boy, if only that ball had some height to it, that would have been a homer. A grand slam, but off the wall, 2 runs in. Not waiting around, aggressive on the first pitch. We've been talking about, you know, Arcia is starting to pull the baseball when they come in on him, and this one had a little bit of a hook as it got out to left field. Right off the top of the wall, and 2 runs in. Still nobody out.
And he had to chug it. He had to bust it to get down there, but he did.
I tell you, if he slid, he might have been out. Good job right here. Got all the way in the standing up, able to score the go-ahead run.
And here is Jesus Aguilar pinch hitting for Zach Davies, so Zach's night is done. But suddenly he is in line to win it as Aguilar takes low and away. A 3-run fifth, still no one out. First 5 Brewers have reached. As Greg Council's team continues to battle back. And now his team has the lead. Aguilar out in front there. Jesus coming off the big road trip. His first 2 major league home runs. First in St. Louis, and the second on Sunday afternoon in Pittsburgh against Johnny Barbado. An impressive play at first, too. And a toe tap. So good footwork over at first to make a good defensive play. That 9th inning to help preserve the win against the Pirates. Broxton dancing a lot off that bag.
Thinking about stealing third base. Dangerous attempt with nobody out.
One and 1 the count to Aguilar. Robles signed with the Mets organization back in 2008. Made his big league debut 2 years ago.
Another double-digit hit performance for this Brewers offense. They had 12 last night.
10 tonight.
5th inning.
That and Eric Thames has yet to get a hit in the series, so showing you that you don't have to rely on him. Getting help from all parts of the order, and again now the bottom part of the order doing damage again for the Crew. A ball, 2 strikes. Aguilar rips one down the line and left. That's a fair ball. Broxton will cruise in. Here comes Arcia to wave him around. Relay, there will be no throw. Aguilar, a 2-run double. It's 7-4 Milwaukee.
Just amazing. Still nobody out. I mean, the Brewers are just, they got it going. The bottom of this order, we talked about the bottom of the order on our open tonight. We came on the air talking about how good they've been. Not just the guys that have been in the starting lineup, but pinch hitting. Down in that number 9 spot. And Aguilar, nice easy swing. Rips it down the line. And Arcia with really good speed, able to score all the way from first base. Yeah, good send by Ed Cedar, and in there without a throw.
6 in a row have reached. 5 hits and a walk, and here's VR showing bunt.
Yeah, book closed now on Gesellman. 6 in on his line, and 1 already in for Robles.
And the Mets have yet to record an out. That bounces up there. Plawecki retrieves, and a good decision there by Aguilar. Of the 6 runs charged to Gesellman, 5 are earned. Walked 3, struck out 3. Brewers getting to Robles now. Mentioned that scoreless inning streak that he had going, but he's been tagged for 1 already. 1-1 pitch. You mentioned it, Rock, early in the game. Infield back. With you get a ground out to the pitcher that resulted in a run, but it was early enough in the game where you're saying, okay, got some confidence in my guys here, and here it is.
Don't want to give up the 2 runs. They'll give up 1.
Right.
Because he's figuring the Brewers are going to put some runs up themselves.
And they have done just that. Looking for more. 1-2 pitch. A wave and a miss there for out number 1.
A good changeup. He's got a dandy of a changeup. He's actually better against left-handed hitters than he is against righties. That changeup, a big part of it.
He's been tremendous. Lefties 1 for 20 against Hansel Robles right now. And the right-handers aren't faring particularly well either, but relatively speaking, much better. 11 for 47. Here's Eric Thames. 0 for 2 with a walk. 7 runs on 11 hits for the Brew Crew. Doing all of this without a home run. Saw this the other night, Wednesday night against the Red Sox, a 7-run night. Last night, Brewers went deep 4 times. Scoring in various ways here in this homestand.
Yeah, 6 for 12 so far tonight with runners in scoring position. 4 hits in this inning alone.
That was after an 0 for last night, but all the home run power making up for that. Big league best 59 home runs for the Brewers. And Thames draws a walk. That's 2 walks now for Thames. A 1 out, 5 in, and the 9th man of the inning will hit Hernan Perez.
Yeah, missed a grand slam back in the 4th by what, about 4 feet.
He sent Curtis Granderson onto the warning track. There's another chance, this time with runners at first and second. Aguilar at second, Eric Thames over at first. Ansel Robles will deal with the Brewers left fielder, Hernan Perez. Slider in for strike one. Perez came in hitting .351 over his last 15 games.
Yep, average up to .283. Wow.
Yeah, his turnaround in some ways similar to Keon Broxton. Early on, the first 15 games or so, Hernan was hitting .179, but that really started to turn during the previous homestand. He really got things cranked up at the expense of the Reds. 0-2 pitch is hit in the air to center field. Juan Lagares will call for it, and that's out number 2. The Brewers still going here. The 10th man to hit. It was Travis Shaw who started things with a single to left field, and he gets his second at bat of the inning. Six-game hitting streak now for Shaw. He extended it with a single RBI single in the first. Brewers trying to get to 3 games above 500. It has been a while. They are getting attention throughout baseball with how this team is playing through the first month and a half.
Craig Counsell expects nothing less from these guys. Said he expects them to win, play some good baseball.
Yeah, it's a great thing. He wasn't talking about a goal of win X number of games. He didn't want to put a ceiling on this team. And Shaw sends one deep to right field, and that is gone. Travis Shaw strikes again.
Five RBIs on the night for Travis. Middle in and see you later. Boy, that guy is something. He's been swinging the bat well. The Brewers drop a snowman on the Mets in the 5th inning. Season high for runs in an inning. My goodness.
8-run inning, and Travis Shaw's having a good night here in the 5th. 2 for 2, a single and a 3-run homer. Here is Domingo Santana.
Amazing, this offense. There's your home run partner.
Yeah, there it is.
You've been waiting for it.
Number 60. And number 8 for Shaw.
It's just such a nice swing. Nice and easy, good balance, good follow through, and just stays right on that baseball.
And a base hit for Santana. On and on it goes. Remember, Robles had pitched 14 consecutive scoreless innings. And for him, that has ended with a resounding thud, as the Brewers have just gone to work. Now Jet Bandy will step to the plate. 13 hits for the Brewers, 3 now for Santana. His first 3-hit game of the year. Here's Bandy, who is 1 for 1 here in the 5th. Single to right. Runner goes, pitch swung on and missed, and the throw is in time. Santana wants a review. Wecky cutting down Santana. At least that's the call on the field. Craig Counsell Waiting to get the word from Pat Murphy. Did the right foot get in before the left knee got tagged by Neil Walker? Still waiting. Take one more look here.
Pretty close. I mean, Walker gets the leg that's bent, not the lead leg.
They will go ahead and not review it as an 8-run inning comes to an end. They were doing it without the benefit of a long ball. 2-run single from Arcia, giving the Brewers the lead. Aguilar a 2-run double. And then Travis Shaw with the big fly. Bernie with a quick trip down his slide. 8-run frame. Brewers lead 10-4. One from Travis Shaw. The Brewers now lead the Mets 10-4 as we move on to inning number 6. And now Jared Hughes comes in for the Brewers as he is in for Zach Davies.
Well, he comes in last night and gets a save. Tonight it's the 6th inning. So pretty versatile for Jared Hughes. Came sprinting in and had to avoid the ground crew who was dragging the infield. And had a little circuitous route to the pitcher's mound. You can see his numbers, good numbers for him as Aguilar takes over at first base.
Big 2-run double from Aguilar, part of that big 8th inning. As you say, the snowman. It's something we can be familiar with on the golf course, right? Hole to hole. You stop at a snowman. You don't. I mean, when it's 8, you're done.
You can't go 9 or 10.
No, can't do it. Won't do it. Lucas Duda leading off here for the Mets. So Davies goes 5 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, all earned. There's that familiar number on our golf scorecards.
On a par 3.
That's right. Just keep plopping them into the pond.
Yeah, I've done it. Yeah.
We all have. BA maybe not, that he would admit.
Oh, he's done it.
1-2 the count to Lucas Duda, who is walking, has been hit by a pitch. What an inning for the Brewers, a season high 8 runs.
Yeah, Brewers 7 for 14, runners in scoring position through the first 5 innings. Man.
Council's crushers. And they did it both ways, moving the line, and then Travis Shaw with the home run, the 3-run bomb.
The approach has been just tremendous as of late.
Foul tip into the mid of Bandy, and that's a punch out for Hughes. First out of the 6th.
When you think about Travis Shaw and his at-bats, his hits tonight, you know, the double down the line and left, and then he pulls one to right. I mean, that's kind of the way this team has been swinging the bats.
Using all parts of the field. They really made Gesellman grind those last couple of innings, and then they finally broke through. They'd scored a run in each of the first 2 innings with the bust out inning in that 5th, and then they continued against Robles, who came in having pitched 14 consecutive scoreless innings.
In all honesty, I mean, Zach Davies was grinding it out once again. One bad inning for Davies. I mean, it seems like that's been the pattern for him. I mean, he'll give up a 3 spot from time to time and then settle down, give up 4 runs. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it could be that 2nd or 3rd inning, and tonight it was the 2nd. But you're right. It again doesn't go into the category of quality start, but in a game like this, he gave his team a chance. He fought through some tough innings, and the Brewers broke through.
And in line for his 4th consecutive win.
Yes, sir.
That's what it all comes down to.
A ball, a strike to Plawecki. He had a 2-run double in that 2nd inning. And a ground ball over to VR on that side of the shift, and a low throw, and Aguilar digs it out. 2 away in the 6th.
He surprised you how good he is at first base. You were talking about it earlier, the fact that his footwork is extremely good. Kind of very light on his feet over there. You see the way he gets down on a knee and picks his baseball. Get his eyes as close to the hop as he can. That's a good job out there picking up his second baseman.
Those little things that don't show on the box score, but everybody on the club knows it. Good work by Jesus over there at first. So Hughes has retired the first 2. Here's Juan Lagares, came in as part of that double switch. He is in for Curtis Granderson in center field. Yeah, that was a time where he was considered one of the elites, certainly at his position, right?
Yeah, tremendous throwing arm, one of the best in the business.
Gold Glover 3 years ago was Lagares, 28 years old.
He's not hitting enough to stay in the lineup.
He was on the DL in April with an oblique strain. He's been part of that list of banged up Mets, and he bangs one in the left center field, a base hit. That's going to go to the wall. Lagares on his way to second as Broxton runs it down. A 2-out double for Lagares. Hasn't had a lot of at-bats this season. It's his second double.
He got that pitch up down the middle of the plate, and Lagares didn't waste it. It's all about the sinking fastball for Jared Hughes. Gets a lot of ground ball outs. Although last night when he came in to close out the game, he got a couple of fly ball outs.
Yeah, he did. Ney Rivera and then Wilmer Flores to win the game, earning the save. Here's Michael Conforto. First inning double for him tonight, and 2 fly balls. Mets with 8 hits now after the double from Lagares. One and one to Conforto. Well, the Brewers continuing to get to Mets pitching. Their starters ERA, we mentioned it, was 5 coming in. Matt Harvey eventually got roughed up last night. As what was thought to be a strength for this Met team has been anything but. Now clearly injuries have played a major role, but it has been nowhere close to what everybody was talking about going into the year.
All right. You lose your best starter. You lose your closer. And that's going to have a trickle-down effect to everybody else in that pitching staff.
Juris Familia having a surgery, a blood clot issue. It was announced on Thursday. 2-1 pitch to Conforto. Their new closer is Addison Reed, who has handled that in the past. Terry Collins has had a lot on his plate. Led his team to the World Series in 2015. Got him into the wild card round. Lost a pitcher's duel to Madison Bumgarner and the San Francisco Giants. Jared Hughes ready with a 2-2 pitch. The inning over. Hughes with a couple of strikeouts and strands a runner. Bottom of the 6th. Brewers lead 10-4. Miller Park. And now for a Jimmy John's delivery of the game. And how about that 5th inning? Anytime you can score 8 runs, how can that not be the Jimmy John's delivery of the game? They were doing it with a little station-to-station action. 2-run double off the bat of Jesus Aguilar down the line and into the corner. Doing all of this without a home run until Travis Shaw sends one into the bleachers. A 3-run jack for the Brewers' 3rd baseman, wrapping up an 8-run inning.
And the bottom of the order contributing big time once again. We talked about them when we came on the air. That's the most runs that they have scored in an inning since way back in 2013.
Mets continue to dig into their bullpen. As we saw him last night, we see him again tonight. Paul Sewald now on for the Metropolitans.
He got called up on May 1st from AAA Las Vegas.
Debut year for him in the big leagues. Jose Reyes now in center field for the Mets. The Brewers get to Gesellman and Hansel Robles as well in that 8-run inning. Jet Bandy, Keon Broxton, and Orlando Arcia here for the Crew. Strike 3 to Jet Bandy, and that's out number 1.
Hey, tonight's time of the game winner, the Wishing Well in Appleton, if they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours. Make that by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They'll get 40 tickets to a Friday night game in the Miller Lite Beer Pen. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite, the Wishing Well in Appleton.
Yes, sir.
What if that's close to the ballpark up there?
That's a good question. Can't be that far, right?
Right.
Around the corner. There's Keon Broxton.
The T-Rats.
A good night for Broxton. A couple of more hits. Brewers dealing with the 26-year-old out of Las Vegas. 10th round draft pick back in 2010. A swing and a miss from Broxton. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Another big night of offense here for the Brew Crew. A fly ball to right, and right to Jay Bruce for out number 2. The Mets have not had a quiet inning here at all tonight. Seawald is 2/3 of the way to getting that done here in the 6th inning. Here is Orlando Arcia. He was part of that 8-run inning. 2-run single. Also reached on an error in the 2nd inning. And another one hit in the air to shallow right field, and this will be Neil Walker calling for it. He'll squeeze it, and it is a 1-2-3 inning. We move to the 7th with the Brewers up by 6. Mets 10-4. Hey, MVP membership is the only way to secure your seats at the new home of the Milwaukee Bucks, opening in the fall of 2018. Visit foxsportswisconsin.com/events for details on how to secure your seats today. And time now for the Unlimited Baseball Break, brought to you by T-Mobile. Bryce Harper is off to a great start and now has himself a sweet deal for 2018. Good work if you can get it. Largest one-year deal for an arbitration-eligible player in big league history. Chris Sale continues to be awfully impressive this season for the Boston Red Sox. And Ian Happ, very highly touted prospect today in St. Louis, shows why he's highly touted. 2-run homer in the 7th inning of that game. It's not bad in your first swing in the bigs to go deep.
I'm still looking at that $22 million contract.
I can't even relate.
I mean, really. Wow.
Jacob Barnes in here for the Crew. Yeah, that's
well, you know what? I guess you know, when it's all said and done, I mean, you look at who's worth what in baseball. I mean, Bryce Harper, he should be paid like one of the draws that he is in this game.
And clearly one of the faces of it. You know, Mike Trout would be in that category, obviously. There's certainly others you would put in that group, but if you're looking for the real short list, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Jacob Barnes, back-to-back appearances, was not able to get through the ninth last night. Craig Counsell just wants to see if he can get this guy going.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity here for Jacob to get back on that track that he had going in his first 12 appearances when he did not allow an earned run.
Yeah, bring him in what you would classify as low pressure situation. 6-run lead, 7th inning. It's not like it's a tie game in the 8th.
This is where you want to see this bullpen, and specifically here with Barnes. Throws, strikes. We've seen this pen give up walks with leads, maybe not this big, or actually at times we have, and just don't get behind, don't issue free passes. Cabrera feeling it a little bit here. Ball 2 strikes. Have to take a look at it.
It's a hand issue he's got going here.
Looks like it.
There's that cut fastball that stayed up. Right there, he lets go with the top hand. You can see him shake it out. Little stinger in the finger or in the thumb. And you got that nerve that runs on the inside of the thumb down through the index finger, and the times you get jammed, that thing get a little bit puffy.
He's going to stay in there, and Barnes will continue and try to put him away. A ball, 2 strikes. A swing and a miss. I didn't know if he tipped it or not. It was a swing and a miss, and that is out number 1 here in the 7th.
Yeah, the tick you heard was the dirt.
Yep, yes, sir. So 1 out, and here is Jay Bruce. A ground ball, a fly ball, and a strikeout for Bruce so far tonight. Good start for Barnes, getting a punch out of Asdrubal Cabrera.
It's a good matchup for Barnes. We were talking to Craig Counsell about Jacob before yesterday's game, and he was saying that he'd like to see him against left-handers because he's actually been more effective against lefties as of late. And the Mets have a ton of left-handers in the top of their order.
Yes, sir. Great opportunity for Barnes.
Kind of interesting with that nasty cutter. I mean, you would expect that pitch to be so difficult for a right-handed batter, but you know, with Jacob right now, he's just not able to throw it close enough for swings and get it over the plate for a called strike. He's able to do it against lefties for some reason.
He's handling a pretty good lefty right now. The ball, 2 strikes to Jay Bruce.
It's a funny game, the way this game can get into your head. I mean, every professional sport is like that.
This one seems to expose you more, though, right? I mean, it just, you can.
It's all one-on-one.
Right.
I mean, there's really nobody out there to help you, like in maybe in other sports. Pitcher against hitter. You're out there fielding ground balls, making throws. I mean, you're on your own.
Barnes ready with a 1-2 pitch to Jay Bruce, and a ground ball into the shift. That's VR, and that's out number 2. Well, so far so good here for Jacob Barnes in the 7th inning. He gets another lefty here in Neil Walker. Switch hitter batting in that side against the right-handed pitcher in Barnes. It's been a tough series so far here for the Mets, but not so much for Neil Walker. Had 3 hits last night.
Had 2 home runs in a series.
Gave the Mets a 4-2 lead when he homered in the 5th inning. And then the bottom of the 5th happened, and everything changed when the Brewers scored 8 times. Gesellman and Hansel Robles were roughed up. Things can change during the course of a season here. For a while they had that trio at the back end with Barnes, Knebel, and Feliz. Neftali will not be in save situations, at least for the time being. He'll be in the ninth inning for the time being. A swing and a miss from Walker. The council announcing before the game that Knebel will not pitch tonight. Of course, the Brewers up 6 here. They've got some options they can turn to in the late innings. Try to secure this ball game here tonight. Teams conclude the series tomorrow, and then the Brewers move on to San Diego for 4, and then the Cubs at Wrigley Field next weekend.
Hey, you might see Neftali Feliz in tonight's game.
Could be an opportunity for him. As Craig Counsell was saying, just get him away from the in-game situations. Let him get right. 1-2, a swing and a miss, and that is a good inning of work from Jacob Barnes. A couple of strikeouts. Stretch time. Brewers up 10-4. Here at the ballpark, and a great Saturday night. Let's check out our minor league report. Jake Gatewood off to a terrific start this season, and that includes a 22-game hitting streak that he has going on right now as we continue to look at all of these minor league prospects. And doing a great job of the Carolina Mudcats is Jake Gatewood. Pretty good slash line for that young man so far this season.
Add him to the list of nice prospects the Brewers have down in the low minor leagues, right?
Yes, sir.
A ton of them.
Jesus Aguilar leading things off and goes deep to center field. Going back is Reyes at the wall. It bangs off the wall. Aguilar on his way to second, and he's going to try to get third. The throw from Reyes, not in time and offline. Jesus Aguilar bangs one off the boards and ends up at third.
Well, good for him. A double and a triple. He came in the 5th inning as a pinch hitter. And didn't miss a home run by too much. And by the time they get it in, the big fella lumbers into third base. Oh, that's a nice swing, too. And these guys, I tell you, the approaches that these guys are putting on these pitches, I mean, it doesn't matter what the score, what the situation. Nice and easy, about midway up on that wall. Conforto finally able to get to it, and Aguilar into third base.
Yeah, I'd correct myself there. Reyes was actually out there the last inning, which was the first time he had ever played in the outfield, but they slide Conforto from left to center as the Mets make some changes here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Hesitated the last inning when we mentioned that Jose Reyes was out at center. He's a shortstop. That's where he has been the vast majority of his career, but they put him out there and they continue to shuffle the deck here as we get late to the game. And against a drawn in infield, a base hit for Jonathan Villar. That gets Aguilar in. It's an 11-4 game.
Yeah, yet another hit with a man in scoring position now, 8 for 15. You hate to use the accolades all the time, but I mean, it really applies. The way the Brewers have been able to really do a good job in situations. Situational hitting, except for last night. That's going to happen once in a while. But yeah, the Red Sox series, they were good with runners in scoring position.
Cooling off the big man.
No, he actually could have used that when he first got to third base. I think he's okay now.
Glass of water might have been nice.
But Craig Counsell was talking all of the month of April about we need to do a better job with runners in scoring position. The home runs are all great, and it's nice to get them, but you can't count on them all the time. And the Brewers with 11 runs on the board, and they've only hit 1 tonight.
Third time they have hit the 11-run mark. Most they have scored. Nick Franklin now is at the plate. 11 runs on 15 hits. Franklin makes it hit number 16 with a base hit to right. Slamming on the brakes is Villar as the first 3 have reached here in the bottom of the 7th. They're just hitting all night long, and now it's Paul Sewald who is on the receiving end of this offense here for the Crew.
And none of them are broken bats either. I mean, they're barreling up every one of their hits tonight. I can't think of one that was, one that squibber off the bat. I think there's a couple of infield hits. But they are hitting the baseball hard. 16 hits.
That is a season high for the Brewers. There's Hernan Perez. He has doubled and has hit 3 fly balls tonight, including 1 to the warning track. The changes now. Wilmer Flores in the game. He's over at third. Jose Reyes, who was in center for the first time in his career in the last inning at his natural position as short. TJ Rivera moves out to left field. And Perez pops this one up. Lucas Duda step into foul territory for out number 1. And that final change, Michael Conforto moving over from left to center. Shuffling things around, a little bit of a spring training feel right now. The Mets are moving bodies around.
Yeah, Terry Collins had to do that because of Asdrubal Cabrera having to come out of the ball game with that apparent hand issue, and that's when all the changes started.
There's Travis Shaw. He had 2 hits in the 5th inning alone, including a 3-run homer. He singled to start that inning. A 3-hit night for Travis Shaw. 4th time he has done that this year. And his average now is up to 284. A team high 30 RBIs. 8 home runs moves him past Ryan Braun, second on the team. Strikeout of Travis Shaw here for out number 2.
Yeah, good breaking ball right there, down and in.
Well, it's repetitive to say it, but in a good way. Here's another guy having a good night at the plate. His name is Domingo Santana. He's reached all 4 plate appearances. Brewers with Villar at second. And Nick Franklin at first. big cut from Santana. Season high in hits for the Brewers here tonight was 16. And 15 in one of their wins against the St. Louis Cardinals on their last road trip. 1-1 the count. Swing and a miss, and it's a ball, 2 strikes. One and 2 to Santana. And Domingo shoots one down the line and out of play.
Yeah, it really is covering that outside corner pretty well. Yeah, last couple of weeks.
Hitting at a clip now that has to be over 350. Go back the last 13 or 14 games. Seawald with a 1-2, and did he check? They say no, he did not. The inning is over, but the Brewers get another run across as Jesus Aguilar having himself a night. Big man with a triple to center field came around to score on a VR knock, and we are through 7 with the Brewers up by 7, 11-4.
Run lead over the New York Mets, and on Friday, May 26th, the Crew takes on the Diamondbacks in the first 20,000 fans. We'll get a 3/4 sleeve Barrelman t-shirt courtesy of Blue Jay Solutions. Go to Brewers.com to reserve your spot today.
Nice looking shirt right here, huh? That works.
Gotta love the Barrelman.
Yeah, absolutely. And
first logo.
It's a 2XL. There you go.
Is that mine?
It's all yours.
You sure you can't slip into that?
I think you wear it better.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just here to help.
Need a workout shirt.
That would now require working out. Good luck to you.
It's going to look like this for a couple of months.
Rob Scahill now on here for the Brewers. Trust me, I'm laughing with you, not at you.
Yeah, picked up a win against the Red Sox on Wednesday. Outstanding work for Scahill in that game. 2 1/3 scoreless.
TJ Rivera will lead things off. There's Nick Franklin out in left field now for the Brewers, and Hernan Perez moves over to right. The night done for Domingo Santana. Jacob Barnes goes through a 1-2-3 7th inning. Couple of strikeouts. Step in the right direction for Barnes.
It must mean that Craig Counsell is hoping that Cahill can finish this.
Always shuffling in the lineup tonight for the Mets. Rivera out in left field now, and that's a first for him in the big leagues. Predominantly a corner infielder, although last year he had 26 games at second base, so we'll just call him an infielder. But Terry Collins putting him out in left field here tonight. Jose Reyes in center field for an inning, and that's the first time that he's been out there in his big league career. Cahill with a 1-2. Cahill did turn in some good work with the Sky Sox. Disappointing, obviously, to go down late right before the regular season begins, but he fought through it. It's to an ERA of just over 1 and getting the call back up to the big club. There's good work from Orlando Arcia. Backhands in the hole. And that's the first out of the inning.
Yeah, nice to have a tall first baseman over there on that throw.
Aguilar again, seen him dig out a low throw and reach up for a high throw.
They say that you know, some guys just have good finish on their throws. Arcia is one of them. That baseball does not go down at all as it gets over across the diamond.
One out for Jose Reyes. 33-year-old, the 4-time All-Star. Most recently in 2011. One and one the count.
Injuries have really short-circuited his career. A lot of leg injuries, and that was his game, running. He could run.
Yeah, multiple times he led the National League in stolen bases. 3 times, as a matter of fact, including a year back in 07 when he stole 78 bases. Not caught a fair amount of the time, but always a threat to run. Not so much now.
Yeah, long rad's going to get you. You run that much.
So won the batting title, another All-Star year in 2011 with the Mets at .337. A ball, 2 strikes. Stays in there with a foul tip. And it wasn't just his ability to steal bases, though. This is a guy who gets you a lot of triples. Led the National League in that category 4 times. Playing time much more limited the last couple of years for Reyes. Cahill with a 1-2. And this is popped up into shallow center. Arcia will give way to Broxton for out number 2. They have fun out there, and why wouldn't you? Up 7. Team playing well.
Yeah. It's the only way you have fun is when you're winning.
If the Brewers can finish this one off, they would be 3 games above 500 for the first time since late September of 2014. Lucas Duda at the plate. Cahill bouncing back. It was a rough night a week ago Friday in Pittsburgh after that long rain delay. Came in for Jimmy Nelson. The rain delay lasted about 2.5 hours. As Rock mentioned, a good performance to get his first win on Wednesday against the Red Sox. Multiple innings on that night, 2 1/3 and See if he can give Counsell a couple of good innings here tonight. 0-2 the count to Lucas Duda. Second game back from being on the 10-day DL with the left elbow injury. Back issue last year that knocked him out for a chunk of the year.
Nice pick.
It was.
Jet Bandy. Doesn't matter what the score is. These guys take nothing for granted. You never know when a guy's going to swing. You got to block it. Nice play.
And looking quick with the gear tonight.
Yeah, that's nice.
Here's the 1-2. A while ago we were talking about Zach Davies just trying to keep this game close. The Mets led 4-2 halfway through, and then an 8-run fifth for the Brewers, and they have added another in the 7th. They've turned a 2-run deficit into a 7-run lead. Again, the 1-2. The Mets are no doubt trying to find a way to keep this guy healthy. Stress fracture in his lower back last year. Went on the DL the 3rd week of May. Didn't come back till September. The 1-2. Duda with 4 homers. He has driven in 7 this season. Last year those injuries limited his year to 46 games. 2 previous years he combined to hit 57 home runs. The 2-2. Cahill trying to get back to that form that he showed the Brewers last year in 16 appearances. Pitched well out of the pen. Duda giving him a good battle. Waiver claim going good here for the Brewers. Cahill, as you mentioned last year, did a good job. 3-2 pitch, and he walks Lucas Duda. So a 2-out walk here in the 8th inning.
MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, you get a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Go to MLB.TV for details.
I highly recommend you do that if you haven't already. I'm imagining many of you already have.
Yeah.
That is the lifeline for us, and it just gets you everything you would need to know. Access to anything.
I got the pitch by pitch up here during the game.
Yep.
Just to keep an eye on these umpires. Oh boy, do I hear from Bruce Fleming when he comes in before the game.
He might come in during the game now.
Yeah.
He is an absolute classic.
Yeah.
Such a fun part of this when you get to hear the stories. And Bruce has a few of them.
Yes, he does. More than most. Half of them are true.
I'm just going to ask you, what's the percentage? 1-1 to Kevin Plawecki. Make it 1-2.
Of course, they're all true. I mean, when you're around as long as Bruce Fleming was, over 5,000 games behind home plate.
Not a whole lot that he in the game that's happened that he hasn't seen.
Right.
Any scenario, any argument.
He's worked with some of the greats. Just don't ask him about Milt Pappas.
Duly noted.
It's a little irritated.
A 1-2, a bouncer over to Arcia to force it second. And a good inning of work from Scahill gives up a walk. No damage. Bottom of the 8th, Brewers lead 11-4.
That is for sure. 11-4. Bernie's loving it. Bottom of the 8th we go. Boy, a lot of runs on this homestand. Just 5 games so far. The Brewers have scored 43 runs, and runners in scoring position the last few games, Davey, including tonight. They've really come through very nicely.
Well, they certainly have, you know, and the thing about this ball game, what they're doing, they've manufactured runs and really just had the one big home run in that 5th inning by Travis Shaw, the 3-run homer. But other than that, man, it was guys just hitting the ball the other way, driving in runs.
Season high for hits tonight, 16 hits with runners in scoring position, 8, and runs scored 11. All tie a season high. So plenty to talk about. Brewers Live presented by Ascension after the ball game. Travis Shaw going to be our main focus as far as that offense goes. We'll likely hear from him and Craig Counsell as well, putting Jerry Augustine to work one more time tonight, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Craig, Davey, and look forward to hearing from those two and Augie as well in Brewers Live post game.
Last night, Augie got a bath out there, didn't he?
He did.
They dumped the cooler. Augie got a little bit of it. Second night in a row for Montero. And 10th appearance. He's made one start here with the Mets.
Started 3 times for him last year, did Montero. Up and down here for the last now 4 years with this ball club. His debut back in 2014 at the big league level. Andy with a high pop up that carries out of play. See Bandy's night and his role in that 8-run 5th inning. Biggest inning of the year for Milwaukee. 2 balls, 1 strike. The Brewers catcher, and the Brewers catcher is going to need a new bat. Mentioned it at the top here about what the bottom of the order has been doing in this homestand, and not half bad tonight either.
Yep, 5 RBIs, driving in runs. I mean, when you're missing Ryan Braun in the lineup, and I know that the Brewers have played some pretty good baseball without Ryan. He's been out for It was on the DL yesterday, but he had missed some time before that. But you know, after a while that catches up to you. So everybody else has to step it up, and certainly they have. The bottom of the order has really contributed.
Yeah, remember on that road trip, barely saw Ryan Braun. That turned out to be a 6-game road trip. One of the Cardinals games rained out. Be made up as part of a split doubleheader next month. But to split that, to win 2 out of 3 in St. Louis, and to split the road trip in general. And good news with Braun is that the feeling is it will not be a prolonged stay on the DL, and then 10 days in this case means 10 days.
And a win tonight guaranteed a winning homestand.
Won 3 of their first 4, and right now on a good path to make it 4 of the first 5 with the homestand finale tomorrow afternoon. Full count. Rafael Montero with the payoff to Jet Bandy. And that's a nice stab by Flores over at third, and that is out number 1.
Yeah, big league play at third base right there. Yeah, you win tonight, and you win the first 2 games of this series. You remember you got Jacob deGrom on the mound for the Mets. He's been lights out. He's been pretty good, so you got to feel pretty good. You win the series, you pick up a game tomorrow against deGrom. That'd be gravy.
There he is. And his hair.
A lot of hair in the starting rotation.
There is. He's off, as you said, to a pretty good start here for the Mets. Here's Keon Broxton. Peralta will get the call for the Brewers tomorrow. You see the hitting continuing for Broxton. RBI single in the 5th. Eleven men were at the plate for Milwaukee in the 5th inning. The big adjustment he made at the plate last year, a little tweak here and there this year, maybe inching off the plate just a little bit. Talked about it, his ability to use the opposite field. Big adjustment he made a year ago, a stance that reminds some of Eric Davis, his years in Cincinnati. Similar physiques.
Yeah.
Center fielders both.
Both quick hands. Yeah, Keon does it for another 10 years, then you make the comparison.
There you go.
Right?
A swing and a miss here for Broxton, and he is out number 2 in the 8th. Let's check out what's on tap, presented by Miller Lite. As we mentioned, Jacob deGrom on the mound for the Mets, and Willie Peralta gets the call here for the Brew Crew, as hopefully we'll be talking about the chances for a series sweep. We'll get it covered tomorrow beginning at 12:30 with Brewers Live on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
It was 60 strikeouts for deGrom, 3rd best in all of baseball.
60 and what, 42 and 2/3 innings. That is serious work. Orlando Arcia with a ground ball over to short. That's Jose Reyes, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Rafael Montero. We move to the 9th. Cheer up, guys. Team's ahead. Feel good about it. Let's go. Milwaukee Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Let the games begin. Move to the 9th inning, and it's looking good here for the Brewers as they lead the Mets 11-4. 8-run fifth as Rob Scahill on for his 2nd inning and looking to finish this one off here for the Crew. 9-1-2 in the order for New York, and Matt Reynolds will come in to pinch hit. Brought him up from their AAA affiliate in Las Vegas on April 26th. After a good start down there, and we're out there, and gets the opportunity here during in his 8th game. Cahill got through the 8th inning, allowing just a walk. That was it.
So far tonight, Brewer pitching have only walked 2 batters, both of them coming to Lucas Duda. They've been throwing strikes.
And a couple of walks. Davies with a couple of hit batsmen, but been pretty good with the lead. Comebacker there. Cahill handles it. 1 out. Real good step for this Brewers bullpen collectively if they can get through a walk-free 9th with the sizable lead to issue just the 1 walk. That's good.
Yeah, the other part of this is you know, you tip your hat to the Brewers offense. Corey Knebel, the Brewers new closer, has been down the last couple of days. Really haven't needed him. Maybe he could have used him last night late, but yeah, because of all the runs they've been able to score, they really haven't had to use their closer. So I mean, I guess that's a bonus.
Absolutely, yeah, that's picking up. That's the offense picking up the back end of the bullpen.
He'll be ready tomorrow.
Michael Conforto opened the game with a double into the corner in right field. In quiet sense, fly ball to left, fly ball to center, and a strikeout. Good night at the ballpark here so far. Scahill trying to send him home happy. And this is sharply hit into right field, and that's the 2nd hit of the night for Conforto. And hit number 9 for the Mets.
Yeah, 2-0. Scahill not about to walk another. He threw it right down the middle.
There's Wilmer Flores. A nice play over at 3rd in the 8th inning. And for many fans, he'll always be remembered as the player who thought he was traded right in the middle of the game. Thought he was going to be sent over here. As a matter of fact, with Zach Wheeler for Carlos Gomez. The cameras, you can't hide. Seemed a little shaken up by the whole thing, but it was a trade that never happened,
yeah.
Obviously.
Never mind.
Yeah, take it all back. Oh, 1 pitch.
And at the same time, Carlos Gomez thought he was traded. We were in the air. We were on a plane.
That's right.
Got the news, and he was saying goodbye to everybody.
A ball, a strike. Yeah, remember the Twitter photo, as a matter of fact. The teammates, what he thought was going to be at the time, the former teammates. Obviously, he did move on, but it's nothing like being the subject of a trade rumor and having the cameras on you in the middle of a game. Jay Bruce on deck. A ball, 2 strikes to Flores. Remember Remember, the Mets came to Milwaukee having won their last 4 series. Dug a big hole. They went through a stretch where they lost 10 out of 11, trying to climb out of it. Came in 2 games under 500 tonight. Flores, a foul ball. Oh, there you go. Now you're going to find a young guy?
Hey,
there.
Well
Nicely done.
Yeah. There you said thank you.
Good touch. 2-2 again. In the air to center field. Tracking it is Keon Broxton. That is out number 2. Guys turned in some pretty good work here, Rock. Go back last year and, you know, the hiccup 8 days ago or 8 nights ago in Pittsburgh, but called upon. Rob Scahill is coming through a lot more often than not.
Yeah, no kidding. Throwing strikes, and 2 1/3 against the Red Sox, and he got the win on Wednesday. Had a great spring training, got sent down, had a good attitude about it, and here he is.
That's down to their final out. Jay Bruce. Been able to hold him in check at this point of the series. 0 for 3 last night. The 1-0. The dangerous power hitters in this game for a number of years now. Bruce. Brewers have seen a lot of that firsthand. 35 career homers against the Crew. Two balls, 1 strike. Sharply hit, and that gets through. It's one through the shift, and going over to third is Conforto as the first hit of the series now for Jay Bruce. And the Mets have runners at first and third with 2 men out. Neil Walker, he has homered in each of the first 2 games of the series. 2 more hits tonight. He has been a very tough out. He's 5 for 7 now, last night and tonight. Scahill trying to finish this one off. In the 8th inning, he gave up a walk to Lucas Duda. That was it. Singles from Conforto and Bruce in the 9th. Walker with 4 homers. He has driven in 19. And he's down a strike. Fastball from Scahill. On the brink of win number 20, the Milwaukee Brewers. Here's the 0-1. That's sharply hit. Villar, the dive and the catch. Exclamation point on the final at-bat of the night. Yeah, I think he felt that one a little bit. What a catch by Villar. And the Brewers take the first 2 games of this series.
Well, the Brewers continue to play solid defense on this homestand, and there you go. And Brewers able to pick up another win. Good offense and really good work out of the bullpen for Milwaukee tonight.
And Rob Scahill works the final 2 innings. Big night for many, including Jesus Aguilar. That bottom part of the order once again coming up big for the Brew Crew as they win it 11-4. Let's set it down to Craig Gashawn, ready to go with Brewers Live.
Boy, what a homestand as it continues on the winning side for Milwaukee. Big night for Travis Shaw on the offense. We'll hear from him. Craig Counsell, get you set for a potential sweep. Brewers Live presented by Ascension on the way.